Hello everyone, welcome to the .NET Office. In this video series, we are going to learn everything about the Python. We will see from basic to the advanced topic which comes under the Python. Whether you are a complete beginner or looking to sharpen your skill, this course has something for everyone. In this series, you will learn everything from Python basic to advanced concept, including some real-world application and hands-on project. By the end of this course, you will have a strong foundation in Python and you will have the confidence to build your own project. So as per this video series, we are going to learn these topics. First is the introduction to Python, where we will see what is the Python and why we use it. Apart from that, we will see how we do the installation of the Python and how we write our project. Next, we will see the Python basic, where we will see the variables, data types, some basic operators, conditional statement like if else, for loops, functions, kind of stuff we will see under the Python basic. Once we'll have this basic knowledge, then we will proceed with the data structure. It's not like that commonly used data structure is basically with respect to the Python means we will see how we structure our data using the list, tuple set or the dictionary. Then we'll proceed with the data handling. Like once we have the data with the list, tuples, dictionary, how we manipulate and handle the data using the list comparison, dictionary comparison, and then we will see like how to play with the strings, how we handle the files, means how to read the data from file, how we insert the data into file. Then we will see the exception handling under this data handling. And then we'll proceed with the OOPS concept. There we will see what is the class, object, inheritance, polymorphism, kind of stuff. Then when we build our small application with all these concepts, then we will proceed with the advanced Python concept. There we will see the decorators, generator, and context manager. And then we will work with the external library. So in the Python, we have so many external libraries, and which library is suited to our project, all those things we will see. So there are some famous library is Numpy, Pandas, so all those, and there apart from that there are so many other like Matplotlib for data visualization. So there are so many external library which we have. We will see like which suit to our project. Accordingly, we will use all those libraries. By this time, you will have a good knowledge on the Python from basic to advanced. Then we will create a real world example or the project. So you will understand, will have the better understanding on Python and will have a kind of a revision of all the topics. So let's get start from the next video to like what is the Python and how we do the setup. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss about the Python and we will see why we should learn Python. So if we talk about the Python, so Python is basically a high-level general purpose programming language, which is known for simplicity, readability, and versatility. If you are a beginner or if you want to learn Python, so it's very simple language, means you can learn very easily. Apart from that, the purpose of this Python is to like we use it in the many applications. It has the range of the application across the various domain. Either you want to create a you want to implement data science or the machine learning, Python is the best choice for that one because it has so many libraries which help us to create application very easily. If you want to create web development application, software development, automation, or any game development also, Python is the best choice to create such application. Apart from that, in current days, the demand of Python is high. So it's basically a very most popular programming language in current days. Even Python has the large and active community which offer extensive libraries and framework to extend its functionality. So these are the main areas where we have the Python to work, and any type of the application we want to create. Either we want to create the object oriented programming or procedural application, Python is there to help to create such application. In the coming video, we will discuss how we install packages related to Python and how we can create our first small application. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss like how to do the Python environment setup in our system. So to do that, what we have to do, we have to install the Python. And if we want to create any large application, then we need any different IDE or the text editor. So that also we will see how to install. And apart from that, if we want like our project dependency don't affect other project, so for that we can create our own virtual environment as well. So that we will discuss about this also. So first, to install the Python, what we have to do, first let's go to the command prompt. So here I'm going to on command prompt, and here first let's see is Python is installed in my system or not. So the command to check Python installed in my system or not, that is the Python __ version. So if I will hit enter, it will give your Python version. If it is not giving the Python version, it means that particular Python is not installed in our system. Even you can check Python 3, because currently in the market the version of the Python is basically Python 3. Yeah, there are some minor versions also. So but the basically the Python 3 is the major version which is currently going on. So in some system, if you are not able to find the version of Python with the Python _ version, you can check with the Python 3 as well. So you can see in my system this Python 3 is not installed. So what we have to do, we have to we have to install this Python 3. So for that one, you can find the link in the description section as well, and the link is python.org. From here, what you have to do, you have to click on this download. So what it will do, it will install this in our system. So when it downloaded, just click on that exe and it will ask you to install. Here you can have the customization installation and the normal installation. So I will go with this, but before going that, what we need, I'm going to click on this add Python exe to the path. So what will happen, like when I will check on this particular checkbox, it will give the directory path in our environment also. Means extra, we no need to do the manually add this like the path in the environment section. So I'm just going to check this one, and with that, if I will click on install, it will take some time to install that particular library in our system. Once this Python this library will install in our system, then again on the cmd command, what we will see, we are going to see that particular Python version is showing or not. So let's wait for some second to get it complete. Here you can see our setup is installed successfully. Now if I will close this command, I'll go to the cmd prompt. Here again, if I will check this version, still it is saying Python is not found. So the reason is sometime after installing this cmd like not able to identify like that is installed or not. So just close this and reopen it again. So once I'll reopen, and when I will give the command to check the version, we will see that it is now giving the Python version to us. Means now we are going to run any kind of a logic which we want to write for the Python. We can start with the Python only. So what if we are going to do the small kind of a arithmetic logic, we can do with this cmd command also. So for that one, just write the Python. So when you will write this, it will restart, means it will start that particular command for us. You can see this triple sign with us. So here for an example, if I'm going to check 2 + 3, it will give us 5. Means we are good to work with the Python now. So if you are going to work with a small kind of the arithmetic operation, you can go with this cmd command. Apart from that, we have the Python IDE also, and this Python also. Means any one of them, if you will open, you can check like two small arithmetic operations. You can go with this like 2 + 3. if I will check here also, we are getting this output. If I'm going to print any data, like for an example, hello, so that also we can see, like these kind of the operations we can do with the like id python id command or the cmd command as well. But what will happen, see for an example, if you want to create a large application and I want to create different classes, I want to give the relation between all the classes, I want to create the API controller, means basically in MVC model. So can we go with this ID? It's basically very difficult to handle such kind of the large application with these ID. So for those purpose, what we need the different editor. So there are so many editors which are available. We can do the Python coding. So some of them are famous is the Visual Studio Code, PyCharm, we have the Jupyter or the Sublime. So these are the editors which help us to like do the coding for us. And from where you can download. So this is the link, like PyCharm Jet. So this PyCharm is given by the JetBrains. You can download it and install in your system and can do the coding there as well. So these are the editors. So how it look like? So when you will see here, I have already in my application, means I have added this kind of the classes and everything for testing purpose, like to show you the data. So how it look like this way. In the coming videos, we will see how to add these classes, how to write all this stuff. But here is like we can do such kind of the operation with the PyCharm also. So this is PyCharm. So with that also we can do. So in the going forward to do any operation, majorly we will work with the PyCharm. So we can create our larger application as well. And the next is, for an example, if we are going to create a large application and I want my project and the specific library should not affect any other project. So and like it will uh, it will solve us, or it will resolve all the conflict if we are going to create our own packages for our virtual machine also. So in that case, what we can do, we can set up the virtual environment. So that we will see in the coming videos when we will work on the API and all these things. So currently, like here, what we have done the Python setup, and we have like choose our text editor or ID to do the programming. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss about the variables and data type. So first, if we talk about the variables, so variables are used to store data that can be referenced and manipulated in a program. So for an example, if you want to store any kind of the number or the name or any kind of the data, so what we need, we have to store it somewhere. So to store it somewhere, we have the data types. So for an example, if I want to store any number, then we have the integer data type. If I want to store any kind of the like a float number, means the decimal kind of the number, then we have the float. If we want to store the name, we use the like string, and if we want to store some kind of a true false kind of a condition, then we use the bool. But in the Python, the good thing is explicitly we no need to define any data type. Like in other application, generally what we do like int a equal to, we are going to assign it. But in the Python, what happened, like it automatically or dynamically will able to understand what kind of the data it is, and accordingly it will do the operation. So how we do that? So first let's go with the ID. Here what I'm going to do, I'm going to just take a variable name called number1, and here what I'm going to do, I'm going to assign, for an example, 25. So now this number1 will have the 25, and next I'm going to take number2 is equal to again 20. So here we have the two variable, we have taken num1, num2, both are the some numbers. So this will automatically will store in our particular memory. So for an example, if we want to see the address, like in which address this is storing, so what I will write, I will just write ID in num1. If I will hit enter, it will give us that particular memory location. You can see So this is the number. So basically this IDE, this is giving, it give based on the number, what kind of the number it is. Now similar way, if I will check for the number 2, it will give us the different like address. So here you can see this is the different address. Now for an example, if I will take number 3, and here I'm going to assign again 25, and this time if I will check the ID of this, means the basically address of this one. So as I told you, the address is basically not on the variable, it depends on what kind of the value you are taking. So for this, the address will be the 424, means this address will be same. Here you can see this one and this address is the both are the same. So we can see like in the Python, it basically depend on the number, what kind of the number you are storing, accordingly it will give the result. Now the purpose of this to store the data in the variable, like why we define the variable, the reason is in the future if we want to manipulate the data. So for that purpose, for an example, I want to like add number 1 and number 2, then what will happen? So here I'm taking number 4 and equal to number 1 plus number 2. So what it will give if I will print it. So basically to print the data, we use the print. Here what I will print number 4. So here what it will give? It will give 4 as 45, because the sum of number 1 and 2 will be the 45. And if I will check the address for this one, obviously will be different, because 45 is the different number. Another thing, if I will see, I will take the number 5, here the different variable, and inside this one what I'm going to do, I'm going to assign number 1. Hit enter. Let's print the number 5. What will be the value? So here I'm assigning, like the value of number 1 is 25, I'm assigning this value in number 5. So the value of number 5 will become the 25. Here you can see. Now if I will check the value for this number 5, what will be the value according to you? So it will be obvious the same as we have for the number 1, or we can say number 3, because the value of all these 3 are the same. And here you can see the ID, means the location or the memory location is same for all. So this is the way in the Python variable works. If I will take another thing, for an example, I will take name. This is my new variable name. Here I'm going to assign, for an example, .NET Office. So what I did, like I'm just assigning a integer, in the string. This name, like explicitly no need to tell us like it's a string, so you assign the string kind of thing. It will automatically or dynamically able to understand it like it's a string. Now if I want to print it, so we use the print and just print in this way. It will give us that particular name to us, like what we are going to print in this. So this is the way we print it. Now all these operations we have done in the ID. Same thing if you want to do in the PyCharm, then how? So like if you have installed the PyCharm in your system, currently you are seeing like this. What I will do, go up, and here I'm going to do the new project. If you don't have any project, so you will see first time this kind of the outline. Here what I'm going to do, I'm going to give my project name. So I'm going to give .NET Office Python. Okay. So this I'm going to give. If you want to store the data on the Git repository, anyhow in the future we are going to discuss about what is the Git, how do we store the data, but in the small terms, Git is basically like where you want to share your data, and so other team member also can work with you. So for that purpose we use the Git. We'll discuss more about on this one in the future. So once you give your project name, just click on the create. What it will do, it will create a new window. Since I have already project, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to create the new window. So for me it will create the, like it will open the new window for us one. Now it will take a few seconds. Here you can see it is creating virtual environment, means by default it is creating the virtual environment for us. That is the good thing with the PyCharm. But if you are going to work with the Visual Studio Code, what we have to do, we have to create the virtual environment, so it will not affect any other project. But with the PyCharm, it will automatically create the virtual environment for us, so externally we no need to do anything. Now since we are having here, what we have to do the next here, first we have to create the file. So here you will see they are different by default file here .py. If you see any file extension with .py, it means it's a Python file. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create, right click, just create the file, or directly you can select the Python file. So if you will click on the file, here you have to give the file name and then you have to give the extension accordingly. And if you will go with the Python file, what you can do, just here you have to give the Python file. So what I'm going to give this as a any name like practice. So practice, if you will give, it will automatically add that particular extension. So now here you can do all the operation which we have done so far in that ID. For an example, here what I'm going to do, I'm going to take anything like .NET Office, and here what I will do, just I will print it like name. So after giving this one, if you will right click, what like to run this one, right click, and here you will see run practice, or you can add like control shift F10. So when I will run this one, you can see it is giving the output to us this way. So this, it's like the similar way what we have done the ID, same operation we can perform here as well. So this is the way we can like take any type of the data here. Now the other thing is, for an example here, if I want to print directly, I'm printing. So for an example here, I want to print like, for an example, .NET Office. Here what I'm taking, I'm going to take like .NET Office videos. So here when I will run this, like let's run this, so what it will giving, it is giving the command as expected. So now the next thing is, for an example here, if I want to print some data like any kind of the directory, if I want to print like the .NET Office, then I want to say like net. So currently what we are seeing some error. When I will try to run this one, like how it is giving the output, here you can see C and then T, means it's taking some way in the kind of the like in the space basically. So here you can see it is giving some space here, means it's not giving, and for the /n it is taking as a new line, and we can see the remaining part in the different line as well. So it's not giving us the proper path. So to get that path, what we have to do, we have to just put here R, and it will consider as a raw string for us. And at point of this time, if I will run this, we will see this is the like the path which we have given, it is printing as it is. So these are the some ways we can play with the variables, and internally how it handle the data types. So data types nothing but like what kind of the data it is internally storing, like integer, float, bool, or like if we talk about a string. So it internally how it handle the data. So those are the data type. So this is all about the variables. In the coming video, we will discuss about the other things, like how we do all the arithmetic operations with these variables. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss about the operators in the Python. So if we talk about, or we differentiate operators, so basically majorly there are three types of the operator we have. We have the arithmetic operators. For an example, if you want to do some addition, subtraction, division, or multiplication. Apart from that, we have some modules, floor division. So all those things comes under the arithmetic operators. Other thing is the comparison operator. For an example, if I want to compare, like it is equal, not equal, greater than, less than, kind of the things comes under the comparison operator. Next is the logical operators. So logical operator is basically what it do, it combine the conditional statement. For an example, like if there are two conditions and both are condition is true, then what will happen? Means it will give basically and or sign, like those kind of an operator, it will give the result. So that we are going to discuss in this video. So first let's start one by one. First we'll go with the arithmetic operator. and obviously we are going with the pie chart. With that we are going to discuss this video. So what I'm going to do to see this is basically first I will take two numbers. So what I will do, I will take a equal to 15 and b equal to, for an example, 5. So two variable I have taken. Now arithmetic operation means if I want to do the sum. So let's take print a plus b, and at point of this time when I will run this one, what it will give? It will give us this addition of these number. Similar way, if I will do the subtraction, means here if I will do the minus, is basically what will give us the 10. So these are the arithmetic operation. Means if you want to multiply, or if you want to do some other module, for an example, if I want to do the module kind of thing, so what basically modules do? So module basically give the reminder, and how we define it. For an example, here a and module we define with this percentage, and if I will write b, so in that case, like what it will give, when I will run this, it will give us 0, because if we divide 5 by 5, it give a reminder as a 0, means it not give anything as an reminder. Now for an example, if I will do the 2, in that case the reminder will be 1 and it will give the same. So that is the module. For an example, if we will take any other one, for an example, we can take any arithmetic operation called exponentiation, we can take the floor division. So any kind of the arithmetic operation we can do here. The next thing is the comparison operator. For an example, here I have a and b. Comparison operator, I want to check a is greater than b. In that case, when I will run this, it will give the result either true or false. Based on the things you are checking, it will give the result accordingly. If I want to check a equal to b, so what it will give? It will give the false, because it will not having the same like value. So this is the way arithmetic comparison operator works. Next is the logical operator. For an example, here a I'm taking as in true, and next I'm taking as a, so capital, so this is true. Next I'm taking as a false. In that case, if I will check, so first let's see with the comparison operator. In that case, when I will run this one, so what it will say? It will false, because both are not the same. And in the same thing, if I will run as a AND, so in that case what will happen? It will give the false, because this. So if I will talk about this logical operator, so if there is a AND, means true if both statement are true. So that is the like logical operator. So here I have written for you. So if I will discuss about this one, so let's take this, in that way we will understand better. So here what I'm going to say is, if it is AND, it means true if both statements are true, or means true if at least one statement is true, and not means true if the statement is false. So for an example, let's comment all these lines. So to do the comment, what we have to do, we have to use the hash. In that way, what we can do, we can comment any line in the Python. So let's comment it out. Now here what I'm going to say is, in A and B, one is true, another is the false. So in that case, like if one of them is the false, will be false, I will make it as in true, and when I will run this, what it will give? True, because true if both statements are true. So that way. Now for an example, here I'm going to make it as a not. In that case, like what we have to do, we have to remove this one and run. In that case, B is true. So what it do, it just make that false statement, means just opposite of that. Now if I will make it as a false, and when I will run this, what will happen? It will make the true, means just opposite of that. So this is the way basically the logical operator works. So these are the operators which we have in the Python. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss about the user inputs. So far what are we doing? We are just taking two variables and like we are basically assigning the hard-coded value, and then we are doing operation, any kind of an operation like arithmetic operation or anything are we doing so far. But what if this whatever this 5 and 6 value, we take it from the user, like we ask from the user to give in some numbers, and based on that we do some operation. So for that one, what we use basically one method called input. So here, this is the input. Same, I'm going to take another value for the B also. In that case, we use the input method. Now, if I will run this application, what is happening? As of now, our console is expecting something, but it's not telling us anything. For an example, if I will press 4, hit enter, then again press 6, hit enter, it is giving 4, 6. So here you are seeing like it is not doing sum. It is just adding 4 and 6. So first, before talking about this one, let me run it again. Here what is happening? See, console is expecting something from us, from the user basically, but we are not finding anything. As a user, we can think like it's got stuck or something, but this we have to tell like please enter some number. So for that one, what we can give inside that one, please give num1. Similar way, what we can do, we can give here also, please give num2. In that case, when I will run this application, so here what is saying, please give num1. So console is saying please give num1. I'm giving 5, and then I'm just giving another number called 6. But here you are seeing it is not giving sum, means it's not adding, it's just taking those value, means since I have given the space here, so here it is giving the space, means it is taking it as a string, not number. The reason is because this input method is basically written the string. How we can verify? Let's verify it. Print. How I'm going to take? I'm going to take it as a type, and type of what? A. So when I will run at point of this time, let's run this. You will see, okay, first it is expecting numbers. Let me give 5. Here you can see class string. So here it is written basically a string type. That's why it is behaving as a string. So for that one, what we have to do? We have to convert it into the integer. So how you can do? Either you put as a here, like just consider it as a int like this. So at point of this time, when I will run this, so what will happen? It will expecting some number. So I'm going to give 4, and then I'm going to take 8. So it is giving 12, means it's giving some, means it's doing sum of these two. We are converting here. Or if you don't want to convert it here, so I'm going to comment it with the hash. Here what I'm going to do, just whatever the input is coming, just convert it from there. So int, I'm just doing from here. Similar way, I will convert this also to the integer. Now let's print it again. So print a plus b. Now let's run this again. So what will happen? Again, num1 4, and then 5. So what will happen? It is going to give the sum to us. So by default, this input method means we are going to take any value from the user. By default, it convert it into the string. So we have to convert as per our data type, whatever we want to print it. So like now currently it is basically giving, means it's not giving any space. So you can give space like this. And if you will run this here, you will see the space also it is giving here. So this is the way it is giving the like the space also. So this is the way what we do using the input method. We can take some value from the user and we can perform this operation. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss about the conditional statement. So if we talk about what is the conditional statement, is basically these statements allow us to execute different codes based on the condition. For an example, there is a particular code that I want to execute only on a particular condition. In that kind of the scenario, we go with the conditional statement. Like if this condition is true, then run this code. Otherwise, run that code. So in that kind of the scenario, we go with the conditional statement. So let's understand it with an example with the Python. So currently, this is the example of the previous video. So what I will do, I'll just get rid of this code. And here, instead of a, I will take the age. And here, I'm just expecting age. Now, the thing is, here, I want, whenever I take the age, I want that in the new line. So I have just put the slash n. So when user will enter, this value will show in the another line. Now here what I want one condition. If the age is less than 18, then I will say I'm minor, otherwise I'm adult. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put if, and here age is less than 18. So this is the syntax. First we have to write if, then parenthesis. Inside the parenthesis, we write the condition. What condition you want? So here I have taken comparison operator called less than. Then we put the colon. So this is the thing. Now the next thing, when I will put enter, you see it is coming one tab after, means it's not starting from here. So that's what Python understand. If you are going to start from here, means whatever the code I'm going to write, that comes under the if. So either you can use one tab. So I press one tab and it is coming. So from here it will start. So what I'm going to write here, print, and just inside that I will write minor. So this is the condition. Otherwise, else. For an example, I don't want. If the age is greater than 18, I will say adult. So here currently it is coming under the if, means under the print only. So it will consider inside the if condition only. But what I want it's a different statement. Then I will write else, then again colon, and you can see when I press enter, it is coming now under the else, or one tab after this one. So it will consider whatever code I will write, means this print will be considered under the else only. So here I will say adult. So either you write it with the single quotes or double quote, doesn't matter. It will work in the same way. So when I will run the code, what it will ask? It will ask, please give age. So I'm going to give here, see, when I press click mouse, it is taking us to the new line only because slash and I have kept. So here I'm giving 16. So when I will press enter, it is saying minor, and the obvious, because it is less than, then it is coming like this. When I will, let me rerun it, give me like 20, it will tell us adult. Now what I want in between this, I'm saying if the age is equal to 18, then I will say I'm just turned adult. So in that case, what I will do, in between, means that elif we have to put in between this. So el if, inside that again I want the condition. So here I will say age equal to 18, and let's colon, and then print, and I am turning 18. So in that case, let's run this and let's give 18. I'm turning 18. So it is giving the output I expected. Now, so this is the way, first of all, the conditional statement works. Now the other thing is, for an example, here I don't want to give the bracket. So that's also fine. Means in the Python, either you want to give the brackets or not, it's up to you. In both the cases, this application works. So for an example, I'm giving 16, it will say minor, and it is working as expected. And another thing, for an example, if you want to give the curly braces also. So let me give the curly braces and let me run this code. And in that case, I will give 20. You will see adult. So it is also working as expected. So in any scenario, whatever you are going to write the code among all these things is going to work as expected. So this is the way conditional statement works in the Python. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss about the list. So why list? For an example, so far what are we doing? We are just taking any variable, like for an example, I'm just taking the number, and so far we are assigning the 1. But what if I want to assign multiple values? So in that scenario, we use the list. So if we define anything, so list are ordered and mutable. So what is the meaning of the mutable? Means we can modify list also. So lists are ordered, mutable, and it's basically a collection of the element. Now these element can be different data type. You understand the data type means we can assign integer, we can assign string or any other data type also, and even we can assign a different list also. So this is the list. So let's define it. So how we define? We have to use the big brackets. Inside that we have to define, and we have to separate using the comma. Here you can see this is the way of list. So for an example, I'm going to rename it with the list 1. So this is the one way. Another is if I want to assign in the string format, for an example, so apple, and I will take like cherry kind of. We can have the another value. Let me take the list 3, and here what I'm going to do, I'm going to assign 1 means value. I'm going to take hello means any string. As I told you, list we can define the different type of the data also, and I'm going to here 3.4 as a float and a different list as well. So that is the thing. Now for an example, let me take another list 4, and here I'm going to take 1. Again I'm going to take .NET Office, and here I'm going to take list 3. So that also we can define, because it's a list, we can define it. So these are the ways. Here you can see list is basically a collection of the types or the elements. Different type we can define in the different ways. Now for an example, I want to fetch some value. So for an example, what I'm going to do, I'm going to print of what? So here I'm taking list of 1. So list is start from the 0. So 1, if I will run at point of this time, what it will print? So list of 1, it is printing as it is. Is it printing any data? And the reason is it is printing as it is because we make one mistake, because our variable name is list 1. That's why it is considering as a string and printing as it is. So list 1, and at point of this time when I will run this, it is printing 2 because it starts from the 0 and then it is 1, 2, 3 in that way. So like this you can type any kind of a string. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to print here list 3 and 0, 1, 2 and 3. What if I will print this one? So let's do. So what it is printing? It is printing another list, and here what I'm going to do, I'm going to take another 0. Will it print anything? Let me run this. Here we can see it is printing 1. Means on this we are taking another list also. What if there is not any other list and I'm going to print that one? In that case, if I will run, it will give the error, and what it will say, there is nothing on that particular, like it is giving that line on this line, there is no data, and is obvious because it's a single string and inside that there is nothing. So let me get back and let me change it to the 1, and let's run this. We will see the 2 because on this one it is 2. Now instead of 3, let's take it as a list 4, and here first let's get rid of this one, and here I'm going to take as an 2. And when I run this one, what we will see? We will see the full list, like list 3 means it is printing the full list. Here we can see, and here what if I will print on this one again 3. So at point of this time, what it will print? It will print this, and on this one if I will print like 2, it will print 3. So this is the way list means we can define any type of the list, means any type of the data we can take in list. So that is the way of the printing. Now other thing, it is immutable. Sorry, it is a mutable. Mutable, let me put list is mutable. It means we can modify. We can modify it. Means we can put any kind of a data. Or like we can insert any kind of the data in this. So how we can do? So for an example, what I'm going to do in the list 2, I want to add one more fruit. So how I can do this? Dot append, and now inside this one let me add anything like banana, and let me print now, print list 2. Let's run this. When I will run this, we will see it is adding one more item to this list. So since list is mutable, so we can change the data, we can remove the data from the list. So if you want to remove it, for an example, here what I'm going to do, I'm going to list 2 dot remove, and here if I want to remove, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to take as an index on which index I'm going to remove, and then if I will print, so let's see here. So here for an example, I want to see after deleting, and here after adding. So if you want to print a multiple value, just give your text and separate by the comma, it will print. So when I will run this, currently it is giving, let's see what it is giving. So here it is saying like on the index it is not finding anything, and it is saying like X is not in the list. Means it is here what it is expecting, it's basically expecting the match from the list. So what we have to do, instead of the index we have to give the particular text which we are adding. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy the particular element name and then run this. So when I will run this, we can see first is 3 since we are printing this record, then after adding it is giving the full list, and then after deleting it is giving this list. Now other way what I can do, even we can change the value. For an example, I am taking list of 2 only, here list 2, and here, so what it is printing? Apple. Now instead of apple I want to say it should be a new apple, and now I'm just going to copy it so it will make us to write fast. So after updating, now let's run this list 2, let's run this again. So after updating, instead of apple what it is giving, new apple. So this is the way we can play with the list. And okay, so now first let's get rid of all this one, and currently we are having on the list 1. Now previously we have seen like to remove any element from here, we are using the remove. Apart from that, what we can do, we can use the data structure called pop and push. So pop is basically to remove the data first out. In that case, like it will remove from there. So for an example, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do list 1 dot pop, and let's print it, print list 1. At point of that time, this time when I will run this, what it will give, 1 2 3, means it is removing last element from here. If we are not going to give any index here, what it will do, it will remove the last index. What, instead of like giving an empty, I'm just going to give the index. For an example, 1, means now it will print 1 3 4, 2 will be removed. So when I will run this one, 1 3 4, you can see this way we can remove it. Now for an example, so this is the way we can delete it. Now different way is, for an example, I just want to delete everything after the index 1. So what we can do, we can use the del, and here after that what we have to do, we have to define it list 1. And how we have to define, like for an example, after the index 1 it should delete everything, so I will put the colon. So in that case what it will run, in that case it will run only 1. The reason is after this 1 it is going to delete everything, so that's why it is printing only the 1. And instead of 1, if I will write 2, so in that case what it will print 1 and 2. So this is the way. If you want to delete multiple element from the list, we can use this also. Apart from that, we have so many inbuilt method. For an example, if I will use the sort, so this also we can utilize. For an example, here I'm going to give the 7 6, here I'm giving the 7, and when I will run this one, what it currently it is saying none. Let's see what wrong we have done here. And the reason is because it internally make it sort, but once it got sorted, before that we are printing it. So what we have to do, just we have to make it here, and let's put it here. So in that case, when I will run this, we will see we are having the sorted list. This will work for the string also. And apart from that, if we want any max from the list, so for an example, I want to see the max element. So in that case, what it will give the 7, because it's a max. Similar way we can do the min also. Now for an example, if I want to add multiple value, means instead of the 1, if I want to add the multiple value to the list, so how I can do? So for that one, list1 dot extend. So extend is basically like help us to add multiple value. So break it, and inside this one I want to add 8899. So for an example, 2 element I'm going to add, and let's get rid of this one. And when I will run this, we can see 2 new values it is going to add, and it is add basically at the last. So this is the way we can play with the list. There are so many things which we can do with the lists. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss about the tuples and set in the Python. In the previous video, where we have discussed everything about the list, and we have seen lists are the mutable, means we can add the data, we can remove, and we can even alter the data. So everything we have seen related to the list in the previous video. In this video, we will see about the tuple and set. So let's discuss first about the tuple. So in the list, if we talk about the list, then how we define the values in the list is basically with the big bracket, and inside that we add the multiple values. But if we talk about the tuples, so tuples are ordered. These are immutable collection of element. Immutable means once a tuple is created, its element can't be changed, added, or removed. So how we define it first? So I'm going to define it like we use a small bracket for this one, and let's say 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is the way we define tuple. And as I told you, these are immutable, means we can't add, remove, or delete, means change the value. So these are the tuple. Now in that case, if I'm going to print the tuple, then what it will run? If I will print it, we are seeing it is showing the value. Now for an example, if I want to print any index 2 value, and end point of this time when I'm going to run this, we will see it is giving the index. So for list, tuple, or any kind of the data collection things start from the 0. So tuple is also start from 0, and if I want to print a value index of 2, it will print the 4. So this is the parenthesis we use to define the tuple. Now the thing is, like list, tuple are indexed and can be accessed during their index. So as we have access it. And now for an example, here what I'm going to do is, here I will say tuple 1, and I'm going to assign some value, for an example like 99. At point of that time, when I will try to run it, it will give the error. And what the error is, tuple object does not support item assignment. So that's the thing, like with the tuple, we can't even assign any value. So that is all about the tuple. Now the next thing is the set. So what is the set? So first let's define how the set. So list we define using the big bracket, and tuple we define with the parenthesis. So what about the set? How we define the set? So First, let's define it. So what I'm going to do, sets equal to, we use curly braces for this one, and here 2, 4, like 7, 99, this way. So with the curly braces, we use it. And sets are unordered collection of unique elements. What I'm saying, unordered collection means here, if I have give, for an example, here I'm giving 4, 4. So these are unordered, means, for an example, let me print it first. So print sets. When I will run this at point of this time, you will see 299 means I define it in this way, but it is printing in the different way. Even it don't print in the sorted way also. And these are unsorted, means we don't know at what point value it will print. So because of that reason, means we don't know the index of any element because it is unsorted. So when I try to access any element, so what it do, it give the error because set object is not subscriptable. We can't access it because it is not sorted value. So these all are the set. Now the thing is, set, as I told you, set do not maintain any order, so element can't be accessed by the index. Apart from that, what is the good thing about the set? It don't allow duplicate element. So that is the another thing. And these are mutable. For an example, here what I do, I will add the 2 because we are already having, and 4 I'm going to do. Now let me get rid of this, and when I try to run this, you will see it is printing 2 only once and 44 is also once. So sets don't allow the duplicate element here. So that is all about the set. Another thing here, these, like here we don't have the duplicate, so it automatically taken care of all these one. Now the thing is, another thing with the set is these are mutable, means we can add the value to this one. So for an example, so these all are the method which comes under this set. So what we can do, we can add the value. So what it do, for an example, here I'm going to add, let me take 88, and when I run this, you will see it is adding. So we can even add the value to the set, but with the tuple we can't do this thing. So that's the different way. But even if you want to sort the set, you can use the sort method. Apart from that, for an example, if we have set 1, and let me take another one as a set 2, and in this what I will do, I'll take different value. For an example, 11, 22, and 33. These are here. Now what I want to do, I want to union them. So for an example, print, here what I will do, set 1 dot union, and with that set 2. So at point of that time, when I try to run this, what it will give? So here it is giving 33, 2, means it is making the union of these two. In similar way, we can do the intersect also. So sets are useful for storing unique item and performing operation like unique, intersection, and difference on multiple set. For an example, here if I want to do intersection, so at point of this time, what will happen? It will intersect in among these two. So whatever is the common between them will add. For an example, here what I will do, let me take 44 here, and at point of that time when I will run, it will return only 1, means intersect. Whatever the common between them, it will print. And if I will put the difference, then what it will run? It will run what is the different, and like set 1 is difference with the set 2. So all these things will print. So this is the way set works. So this is the difference between the tuple and the set. So tuple means we can't change value. So there is some scenario where we don't want to change our value, then go with the tuple. We can't change it. But there is another scenario where we don't want any duplicate, just go with the set. So this is the difference between the tuple and the set. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss about the dictionaries. In the previous video, we have discussed about the tuples and the set, and we have seen what is the difference among two. Now, in this video, we will discuss about the dictionary. So first, let's understand what is the dictionary. So dictionaries are unordered collection of key value pair. They are mutable and can store heterogeneous kind of a data. So what is the meaning of the key value pair? So first let's define it. So to define it, what I'm going to say, dec equal to, this is the, I'm going to take it here and instead of dec, let's take person. So I'm going to define the value for the person. So we define the dictionary in the curly braces. Now how we define it? So for an example here, this is the key, means name, and value I'm going to give as a .NET Office. Now next key I'm going to define as a age, and here I'm going to say for an example like 30. Now the next thing is, for an example here, anything we can give like location. So I will just say India and give it in the curly braces. So this is the dictionary I have created here. So dictionary, as I told, like it's a key value pair, means it will be the key and the value of this is this is the key and value is 30. So this is the key value pair. Now the thing is, what we have to remember here, key must be unique and immutable, means it can be anything like a string, number, tuple, anything, but it should be immutable, means we should not able to change it. Another thing, value, it can be any type of the data, and these are mutable, means we can change the data. And to get the, or to access the value, for an example, now if I want to print the value of this, so what I will say, person. So this is my dictionary name, and here we have to give the key, what key I want to give. So let's give in the double quotes. Now let's run this. So when I will run this, it is going to give this. Now another way, here what I'm going to do, I'm going to change it as a 25. So at point of that time when I will run, we will see. So value can be mutable, means we can change the value, but this key we cannot change. So this is the way, like we can update and change the value. Now the another thing, we can define this dictionary in the different type of the ways. So for an example, now there is a one more thing here I have defined it. Now the next thing is, what I'm going to do is, for an example here, instead of this one, what if I will go with the for an example 1. When I will run this, it is saying like it is giving the error because it is not finding anything on the 1, means on the index 1 it's not able to, not index on the key 1, it's not able to find it. Instead of that, like for an example I will give like pin code. So at point of that time when I will try to run again, we are going to give, it's going to give error. Reason, because on this key there is no value. But there is another way to get the data, and what is that? For an example here I'm going to do person, and okay, let's take it inside this only, so it will directly print the value. I'll get rid of this, and here what I'm going to do, get, and inside this one I will do the age. When I will run this, age is 30, so it will printing fine. Now the thing is, this key is not exist. At point of that time when I will run this, it is saying none, means there is no value. So when we are trying to get the value using the get method, then it don't give the error, it gives some value. Now for an example here I'm using the get. Now with this I'm saying like if it not find anything, then print something like this key not exist. So this I'm printing. When I will run on this time, what it is saying, this key is not exist. Since it not exist there, that's why it is giving this message. When I will run this on the age, it is printing as it is. So this way, like using the get method, we can do assign the value. In that case, like it will not find the value. Now the another thing, in case of the dictionary, what we can do, we can merge two lists as well. So what I will do, I will take list 1 And in this I'm going to take, for an example here, I'm going to take name. So this list is basically name, then I'm taking age. So these, and name is, and anything will can take like location. So this is why my one list. List 2 I'm taking, like for an example, .NET Office. Let me take as a 30 and location India. Now what I want to do, I want to merge these two lists and want to create a dictionary. So in that case, what I will do, so let me take as a data, or let me take as a result. And here what I will do, to merge two lists we use the zip, and inside this one let's give list 1 comma list 2. And since we want to convert into the dictionary, what we have to use, we have to use the dict. So this is the way what we can do. We can convert two lists into the dictionary. And let me print this also. So print result. When I will run this, what it will give, it is making it as a key value pair, like name .NET Office is 30 location India. So this is the way we can merge two lists as well. So here you can see in the different way, like we can print it. Now for an example, I want to add one more value to this dictionary. So what I will do here, I will say like result, and I'm saying there is a one add value you add on the 4. So this, okay, let me take any different key. For an example, let's take job, and this value I'm defining as a developer. At point of this time, when I will run this, you will see it is going to add one more value. So this is the way we can like even add the value into the dictionary. Now the another thing is, for an example, I want to create a different kind of a dictionary, means, so let me take anything like dict1 equal to, so here I'm going to define like name. So let me take name as a .NET Office. Then next I'm going to define as a is, let me take it as a 30. And next is I'm going to define another list inside this one. So let me take the key is list 1, and inside this one what I can define any list, for an example 2, 3, 4. So this also we can do, and inside the dictionary we can define like dict2 another dictionary as well. So here inside this one I can define another dictionary like name1. So let's take name1, and I'm going to define it as a like test. So name1, and I'm going to define it as a test1, comma, here I'm going to give name2 and colon test2. And so what I have done, these are the key value pair as we are doing, and another key value pair is the basically list. So list 1 we are defining the value, and another is the dictionary I'm going to define. So this is the key, and the value is basically a different dictionary. Here you can see it here. So now to print this, what I will say, like let's print it, and at point of this time dict1, when I will going to run this, what it will give, it will give the all the result which we are having currently. Let me get rid of this. Now the another thing, if I want to print any index value, means let me print list 1. So here I will write like list 1, and when I will run at point of this time, so let's see what wrong we have done here. So here we are using the parenthesis, should be big bracket actually. So this is the way we get the value in the dictionary. When I will run this, we are seeing the value 2, 3, 4, and on this one it's basically a list. If I want to take an index value, and when I try to run this, here we are getting the 3. Similar way, let's print this one. So when I will run this, obviously it will give the error, and the reason is because this is the dictionary, and on this index one there is no value. But if I want to get the value, we have to get using the key value pair. So when I will run this, it is giving the test one. So this is the way we can play with the dictionary. So dictionaries are ideal for storing related data as key value pair, such as user profile, configuration, or any scenario where you need to quickly access data by the unique identifier. So this is the way we can handle the dictionary. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss about the for loop. In the previous videos, we have seen about the variables, we have seen what all are the data types, we have seen different type of the data collection like list, tuple set, and like dictionary. In this video, we will discuss about the for loop. So for loop is basically it iterate over a sequence of the numbers, or we can say like it do the iteration over the list, tuple, or string also, and we can take any other type of iterable object. So it make the loop. So for an example, there is a scenario where you want to print something over the loop, then we can go with the for loop. So let's understand it with an example. So here what I'm going to do, here I'm going to take a one variable, and this I'm going to take as a .NET Office. Now the thing is, what is the syntax for loop? First we use the for keyword, space, and then any variable we have to take, like I'm taking I here, and then we do n, and I want to make over the name. So in that case, let me print it, and apart from that name, we have to put the colon. Now here what I will do, I want to print it with the I. At point of that time, what it will do, let me run this. When I will run this, you are seeing .NET Office. Okay, let me take as a dot only. When I will run this, you are seeing DOT, one character it is printing. So if we'll go with the string, it take one character. Instead of this, if you will take any list, for an example, here what I'm going to do, 3. So what we'll do here, when I will run this, it will take one variable. So for loop is basically iterate over the sequence, whatever the sequence we have. Sequence can be anything, list, any name, basically a iterable object. Another thing, for an example here, what I'm going to do, let me take like number, and let me take it from the user. So how I will do, input, please give number. Then on this number, I want to print over the means I want to print that number. So for an example, at point of that time, what it will do, let me do it. So here I'm just saying 3. When I will hit enter, it is giving error because it's a number, it's not a table. So to make it, what we have to do, we have to use there is a one method called range. So till this range, it will iterate. So at point of that time, when I will run this, let me give here 3. Here you are seeing it is starting from 0, 1, 2, 3. But here you can see there's a one thing called, it is means everything is coming in the new line. What I want, it should print in the same line only. So what I can do, let me take, there is a one parameter, and that is end, and let's put it as an empty. When I will run this, what it will do, let me first give 3, 0, 1, 2, it is giving. And if I will give a space, let's run this again, here 0, 1, 2. So it is printing in the same way. Now with the range, there is a one thing. For an example, number is like till which range it will go. Now I'm saying it should start from 2. So okay, what I will do, instead of taking the number, let me take, it should start 1 and it should go till 5. Okay, so what it will do, let me run this first. So let me, okay, let's hash it, means comment it this line, rerun this again. What it is printing, it is printing 1, 2, 3, 4, means what range I have given, it should start from 1 and end on 5. So basically it will end before that number on 5. Here you can see. Now if I will put 10, and here I want to see, it should, like here if I will give 2. So at point of that time, when I will run this, here you can see it is skipping one by one number, means 1, 3, 5, 7 and 9. So this way also range works, means it up to you how we want to manage. So that's why even inside this one, if you want, you can use the if condition. For an example, I modular 2, if it is equal to 0, then print I, otherwise no need to print. Then in that case, what I will do here, let me take it till 20, and when I will run this, okay, so here first we have to put the colon, and this we have to take one more tab, so it will run. So run this. Here you are seeing it is not giving anything, and reason is obvious, because we are just skipping it with the 2, and every time it will be the OR. So 1 I will take it as a 0. Let me run this. Here you can see it is giving all the number which is modular is 0. So this is the way we use the for loop. For loop is basically to iterate over a sequence. When we want to print something one by one, then we can go with the for loop. So that's it all about this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss about the while loop. In the previous video, where we have discussed about the for loop, and we have seen that for loop works over the iterate over the sequence, means any object which is iterable, we can use the for loop. Similar way, it go for the while loop also. In the while loop as well, we can do the iteration over the any iterable object. But the thing is, there is a change with the syntax, and the thing is with the while loop is a repeat as long as the condition is true. So let's understand. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take one variable count, and I'm going to start with the 0, and here I'm just saying while. So this is the syntax while, and here I will say if count. If you want to keep these bracket, you can keep it like count. So, and I'm saying if it is less than 5, then only it will print. So here what I'm going to do, I'm going to print, and what I'm going to print, I'm going to print count. And other thing here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to just make it as a means equal to 1. I'm just adding 1, and let's run this. So when you will run this, it is saying, and to make this, and as I told you in the previous video as well, if you want to take in the one line, you have to use the end. When I will run this, we are seeing 0 1 2 3 4. It is printing, means what it is checking? It is checking basically, it is going through the loop until this condition is true. Once it become count as a 6, what will happen? It will come out from this and it will not print. Another thing, like you can remove these bracket. Apart from that also, when you will run, it will give the same output like how it is giving. So this is the while loop. It's similar to the I would say like the for loop, just the syntax, and it run over the like the condition until it is true. You can do it over the list also, like if I will just go with this, and when I will run, so here if you want to take length of this count, if you want to go on this, so here I just make as a count as a list. So what I will do, I will take index equal to 0, I will replace it with the index, and here what I'm going to do, I'm just going to print index. When I will run, and here obviously we have to increase the index. When I will run this, what it will give? 1 2 3 4. Here we are expecting, for an example, here I will make 11, and let's run this 11 2 3 4. So this way what we can do, we can define it. So index here, what are we doing? We are just like increasing one by one. So that's the way we can do it. If you want to debug this code, so here means how it is working. So what you have to do, you are seeing when I'm hovering on this side, one red sign is coming. Just click on this. When you will debug the practice, if it means this logic, when you will debug, what it will come? It will hit here, like it will stop here, and then from here what we can do, one by one we can read the line, like what the code is going on here. So here you can see now we are blue sign is coming. So here you can see step into my code or step into. So here when I will do press this one, it will go one line, and here you can see what is the count. Index is currently 0, and this value it will take. And here when I will do what's the, it is going 1 over 1. Now index value is 1. Here you are seeing. So basically on the debug time, if you are getting any error, you want to see what is the values coming on the runtime. So you can check with the debug. So when I will press again, you are seeing it will go. It will check the value. What is the index value is 1. What is the count? Count is basically a list. So here you will see it is a list. It is showing what kind of the list it is, and based on that 1 by 1 it is going. So this is the way even you can debug the code. So that part you can do. So let me stop it and let me rerun this. So we are seeing this output. So that's way while loop work. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss about the break and continue statement. So these statements are generally used to control the flow of the loop, and they can be useful for managing the behavior of rule based on the specific condition. And then we will see about the for else also. So far you have seen if else and other in the different programming language you might be having the mostly if else if kind of in a condition, but not for else. But in Python we have the for else. So that also we will see in this video. So first let's understand about the break. So break statement is used to exit a loop prematurely. Means when a break statement is encountered inside a loop, the loop is terminated and the program continue with the next statement following the loop. For an example, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take even for loop in, and here I'm going to take as in range. In this range, I'm just taking till 10. Now, here what I'm going to do, if I is equal to, for an example, let me take it as a 4. Then what I will do, I will just say break. And this I'm going to print. And what I'm going to print, the I. When I will run at point of this time, what you are seeing, 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sorry, 0, 1, 2, and 3. And it is not printing after that number. And the reason is because we have put the break, means it is breaking from there. It is not going to execute any further logic from here. So that is what the break means. It terminate the loop from that particular condition. Now in the similar way, what if I will do just continue here. So here if I will put the continue, and when I will run this, you are seeing 1, 2, 3 and 4 it is not printing, means that it is saying just continue from there and then further logic it is going to print. So continue statement skip the current iteration of the loop and proceed to the next iteration. When a continuous statement is encountered, the rest of the code inside the loop is skipped for that particular iteration. So that is difference between these two, like how the break work and the continue. So in that case, let me take the break, and when I will run this, it will print 0, 1, 2, and 3. Now there is another thing. For an example, here I am just saying instead of this, let me take it as a else now, and here I'm just saying print, and this I'm just saying found. And at point of that time, when I try to run this one, so it is else on the for loop. So when I will run this, you are seeing it is currently printing like whatever we want now. But here what I will do, 11 I'm just going to do, means that number is not exist here. In that case, when I will print again, it is printing for all the, okay, let me take it as a and here what I'm going to give the space. When I will run this, here you are seeing it is printing 0 to 9, and when the number it is not able to find it, it is coming on the found, means that particular, or let me make it as a not found. When I will run this, that particular index which is not able to find out, it is saying not found, means it is going to the else of that particular for loop. When I will remove that break and run this, you are seeing it is giving the error because it is not finding anything related to that. Expected a intended block after if statement on line number 4. Okay, so this one first what we have to do, we have to make it as a tab, and let's run this again. So when I will seeing, it is directly saying not found in that case. because other thing it's not able to find it. So generally, the else block in a for loop is useful for executing code if the loop complete all its iteration without encountering a break. So to understand better what I'm going to do, I'm just going to take some numbers as a list, and here what I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then what I'm going to do for I, and I'm saying the numbers here, and here I'm saying if number is equal to 3, then what it do, it just break from here, and I'm just saying print num, print here, I'm just saying this I is basically the I here, and I'm just saying this as a and giving the space, and let's take this print under the if. Now the next thing what I'm going to do, I'm just going to make as an else, and this else will be comes under the for loop, and here what I'm going to do, I'm just going to say print and loop completed without encountering a break. So that I'm going to give the message, and at point of that time when I will run this, so it is saying it is printing 1 and 2. So in this example, loop is terminated when index means I is 3. So the else block is not executed. Now the another example, what I will do here, this is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I will remove this break, and I'm just saying the print will come, and let's get rid of this if condition also, means I'm not going to take anything. And when I will run this one, so let's run this, you are seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and that message. So here the else block is executed because the loop complete all its iteration without encountering a break statement. So else cause a useful way to indicate that a loop completed normally, and like it executed, basically it print after the completion of the loop. So that's it about this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video we are going to discuss about the arrays. In the previous video where we have discussed about the break, continue and for else, in this video we will discuss everything about the array. So let's get started. So first of all, when we talk about the array, so we should know about the type code. So here is the list of the type code which indicate, for an example, if I want to take a array for the integer, we use the I. If we want the signed integer, then we use the B. So they are the different type of the code which we have. Accordingly, we use the array. And the reason is, see, in the previous video where we have discussed about the list. So list, what is the? It's a kind of a versatile data structure that can store and basically a different type of the data, means it's basically an ordered collection of item which can contain different type. But array is basically a data structure which is more efficient for storing and manipulating large amount of numeric data. If we talk, basically it is a same type of the data whatever we want. So for an example, if I want the numbers, I will use the I. That's what if I want the float number, means kind of a decimal number, then I have to go with the F. So that type code we have to define. So let's understand it with an example. So let's get rid of this code, and here what I'm going to do, let me define the list first. So let's take, so list means we have seen, okay, first let's define a list. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to define here like 1, 2, 3, and here if I want 4, and let's take the 5, and when I will print it, so print list 1, when I will print this, what it will give, it will give 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. It has other things like, for an example, what if I want, this is my list, okay, here what I want to just access of 0 value. So what it will give, it will give 1. What if I will give -1, it will start from the reverse, obviously. So it is giving 5. Similar way, we can do the slicing on the list. For an example, here I take 1 colon 3, and when I will run at point of this time, it will give 2 and 3. Means it is starting from the 1 index and ending on the 3, means just before that only. So it is printing accordingly. If I want, I just say 1 colon. So what it will do, it will print after that everything, means after the index 1 it will print everything. Similar way, if I will put the colon and 4, and when I will run this, it will take everything just before the index 4. So that's what the list works. So list has so many things because it's a mutable, so we can change, add and remove, we can sort the data, reverse the data, everything we have seen in the list video. But when we talk about the array, so what we have to do, we have to get the data on the same type. So that's called the array. So array created with this module required all elements should be the same type. So basically array, it's a collection of the same type. So how we define it? For an example, here I'm just saying int array, and how I will define it. First we have to take the library. So what I'm going to do, import, and here I'm just taking array. So this is the library which I'm going to import it. So now this is the variable we have to use here. So array, and this has the method called array. And inside this method, first what we have to do, we have to define the type code. So here you can see B, capital B, H. So what kind of the type code? So currently I'm just taking the I, and here I'm just defining the number 1, 3, 4 and 5. So this is the way we define it. Now if you want the alias name, we can use that as well. So here what we have to do, we have to do like this. So it's up to you how you want to use it. So here you are seeing it is indicating type code we have to write and the initialize, all the things which we have to do. So the module are, so basically this array module R is similar to list, but the array module is more space efficient and can only hold the element of the same type. Now for an example, when I will print this, so let me print this int array, and when I will run this at point of this time, so you are seeing it is giving the data as it is. What if I will just print 0? So here when I will print, it is giving the 1. So it is just similar to the list, but array contain the same type of the data. But the thing is with the array is basically limited. What if I want to do other things? Means with the array we can define the single dimensional array. What if I want to do create the 2-dimensional array, 3-dimensional array? So in that case we need the third-party library called Numpy. So Numpy is basically a powerful library for numerical computing in Python. So this Numpy, so for an example, what I'm going to talk is Numpy library. So this Numpy library basically contain a ND array internally, this object. So it provides this NDR object which support multi-dimensional array and various mathematical operations. So what we can do with this Numpy array, we can create the array, we can do the operations over the array, we can do the indexing, slicing over the array, and other things we can do. So how to install the packages? So either you can go from here and then install the packages, or what you can do here, you will see these are the icons you are getting here. So there is a one called Python package. When you will click on this, currently we are not having. So here what you have to do, you have to write your package name. So I'm going to write Numpy. So when you will write this, it is indicate that particular like package. Just you have to click, and whatever the version you want to install, you have to click on that. So what it will do, it will start installing that particular package for us. So here this I'm going to install now. So here you can see currently it is installing package Numpy. So this is installing, and it will take currently So because the reason is 2 times I clicked, so that's why it is just installing both the processes. So it will take some time to install that particular package. So let's wait for that. Now it is giving some message, click OK, because 2 times I clicked, that's why it was giving. So couldn't retrieve package description. It can be still installed, so it will take some time to install. So let's wait for some time. Currently updating the skeleton means it's updating this particular project with the Numpy now. So here we can see it is installing the Numpy, and here, so installed. Here you can see installed 1 pound, that is the Numpy. So even when you will just close the all the installed things in the install, you can see the Numpy. So our package is installed. Now how we can do? So for an example, to manage this one, now Numpy is basically a smart one. It no need to give any type code or anything. So for that one, what we have to do, I'm going to do import, and I'm going to import it from Numpy, and I'm just saying np. Here instead of this, I'm just going to take np, and at point of that time when I will run this, first let's run this. So it is giving error, and what it is saying, field element must be 2 or 3 tuples, got 1. So that's what it is saying. So now what we have to do, let me get rid of this, and first let's run this. When I will run this, it is giving 1, because either it will take 2 parameter or 3 parameters. So that's we are going to discuss, means 2-dimensional or the 3-dimensional. So how we want to take it. So now currently you are seeing here we have to install that Numpy, and then no need to give any type of the data, means the type code, it will run automatically. What if I will give any different type of here, like 3, will it run? So in that case, we are getting in the type of the data. So that's what it with the Numpy we can do. Now the another thing is here, for an example, what if I want to print 0 to 2, and at point of that time when I will run this, so it is saying too many indicate for an array, and array 1 is 1-dimensional but 2 were indexed. So basically what we are trying to do, we are trying to fetch the data from the single-dimensional array 2 times, means as in we are fetching the data as a 2-dimensional array, but that particular array is the single-dimensional. So what we have to do, we have to make it as a 2-dimensional. So how we can make this one? So here let me just take it here. So np dot array. So here I have taken 1. Now array inside the array, so that I have to do. So what I will say, 4, 5, and then this one. And at point of that time, let's run with this. When I will run this, what it is saying, setting an array element within sequence, the request array has an inhomogeneous shape. So the reason is we have the 3 columns, but here only 2. So we have to make a 6. Now let's run this. And here we can see currently we are printing 0 only. That's why it is giving 1, 2, and 3. What if I will give 0, 1, and let's run this. At point of this time, you are seeing 0, 1 means it is printing the 2 is basically how it works. So for an example, let me print this first. Here you are seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 means there are 2 row, 3 column. Now let me print it. Print int array, and what I have given 0, 1. So when I will run this, what it is printing is 2. The reason is row is 0, column is 1. So row, column. So row 0 and column is 1. So what it will print 2. So this is the way, means with a 2-dimensional array we can work. Now the another thing, for an example here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to define like let me take a, so I'm going to do np array here, and let me take np dot array, and here I'm going to define like 1, 2, and let's take as a 3. Okay, and let me take another variable also, and that is, let's comment it all these, and here I'm going to take a different called matrix. And here what I'm going to define, I'm going to define np.array, and inside this one what I will do, I'll just take this, whatever the array I have defined, I'll just take inside this one. So we have two variable called np array and matrix, means single dimensional array or matrix basically. Now the thing is, what I will do, I'll just print np array, and here what I'm going to do is, so here what operation I'm going to do, means I'm just adding the 10. When I will run this, so you will see when I'm running this, so it is 1, 2 and 3, it is adding the 10 in every number. So NumPy array support the element wise operation also, making them suitable for mathematical computation. So here you can see I'm just plus 10 I did, and it is adding one by one number. Same goes for this also. So for an example, I'm just going to copy it, and let's do it on the matrix. And here instead of plus, let me multiply with the 2. When I will run this, so here you will see currently 1, 2 and 3, it is multiplying each and every element here. So this is the way, means this is the way this NumPy package is more powerful. We can do many operations with this package. Now other things, means it do the advanced indexing as well. So for an example, here what I'm going to do, I'm just going to take another print, and here I'm just going to take matrix, and in this matrix, like this we have seen anyhow, 0, 1, what it will print the 2 here. So that we can do. Apart from that, for an example, what if I will do, let me just put here the colon and 1, what it will print. So as we are discussing in the previous also, the colon means after the one index, whatever it will come, it will print. So currently it is printing 2 and 5, and the reason is, like on this one column, whatever, means for all the row on the one column, it will print everything. So 2 and 5. So instead of this, let's print the matrix only, and let's comment it, run it. Okay, and here you can see 2 and 5, it is printing 2 and 5. So that's what we have written here. So this is the way. Now apart from that, NumPy include many functions for array creation also, like np.zeros, np.ones, np.arrange, np.line space, and if you want to do mathematical operation like np.sum, np.mean, and np. And so many. So these are the many operations we can do with the NumPy. So in the coming video, we will discuss more about the NumPy, like how it is suitable for our application, how various things we can do with this NumPy. So now the thing is, if we discuss about the differences between all these, like list, array, or NumPy. So list can contain element of the different type. Array is basically a type specific array. And NumPy is a highly efficient for numerical operation, support multidimensional data. So that's the difference between all these three. So if we talk about the like which we should, if we are going to work with the array on the multi-level, then we should use the NumPy. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss about the variable length argument. In the previous video, where we have discussed like how to define a function and how to pass the parameter. Now for an example, in the previous video, so first let's define a method. So what I'm going to do, employee detail. So this is my method name here, and what I'm going to do is, so first let's put the colon, and here what I'm going to do, I'm just going to star info, and here what I'm going to do, I'm just going to take it as a info. So this I'm going to print, and now let's call this method. So employee detail, and here what I'm going to give is, for an example, first I'm going to give the ID, then I'm giving the name, and then I'm just giving the location like, okay. So when I will run this at point of this times, then as per the previous video, we know it take the tuple, and as a tuple we are seeing and we are printing the data. But what happened, like in that case, we don't know what is the value of, like, what is this .NET of it? Is it a name or any some other thing it is? And we don't know this Mumbai, what is the, it's a birthplace or it is a job location, and what kind of the location it is. So we don't know at point of this time. So what we can do, instead of just passing the one, what we can do, we just define like for an example ID equal to 1, and here I can say name equal to this and location equal to Mumbai. And at point of this time, when I will run this application, it will give us the exception. And the reason is because it is saying employee got an unexpected keyword argument. It's not able to identify. In that case, what we have to do, we have to use the variable length argument. Means instead of single star, what we have to do, we have to use the double star. And when I will run this application, you will see it is printing just like the dictionary. Means ID is 1, name is this, and location is this. Apart from that, if you want to pass anything else, for an example, like if I want to take anything like DOB, comma. So here what we have to do, DOB you can pass in any way. As in default, it will take, so like 1190. And when I will run this, it will take this, but since we are not printing DOB, that's why it's giving in this way. But if you want to print this also, let's take it here, put comma, run. Here we are seeing, so this value is coming as it is, and other things is coming as in a dictionary. So the thing is, if we are going to pass the value with their identification, means if, for what purpose that value is, then we have to use the variable length argument, means 2 star. So that we can do. It's more significant actually while passing the data. We understand what kind of the data it is coming, because at the runtime, when we are performing any operation, we don't know what kind of the data it is, for which purpose. For an example here, if I will give some different and I didn't pass his ID, then I can consider it anything. But if I will pass with the specification like this is the ID, so in that case it will be better for me to understand the data. Now in that case, for an example, if I want to print this, we can print like using the for loop. For an example, I comma j, since it has the key value pair, so in that case we can pass so info dot items, and here we can print simply like I comma j. And when I will run this application at point of this time, we will see ID is 1, name is .NET Office, location is Mumbai. So this is the way we can use the variable length argument. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss about the variable length argument. In the previous video, where we have discussed like how to define a function and how to pass the parameter. Now for an example, in the previous video, so first let's define a method. So what I'm going to do, employee detail. So this is my method name here, and what I'm going to do is, so first let's put the column, and here what I'm going to do, I'm just going to star info, and here what I'm going to do, I'm just going to take it as a info. So this I'm going to print. And now let's call this method. So employee detail, and here what I'm going to give is, for an example, first I'm going to give the ID, then I'm giving the name, and then I'm just giving the location like, okay. So when I will run this at point of this times, then as per the previous video, we know it take the tuple, and as a tuple we are seeing and we are printing the data. But what happened, like in that case, we don't know what is the value of, like, what is this .NET Office? Is it a name or any some other thing it is? And we don't know this Mumbai, what is the, it's a birthplace or it is a job location, and what kind of the location it is. So we don't know at point of this time. So what we can do, instead of just passing the one, what we can do, we just define, like for an example, ID equal to 1, and here I can say name equal to this, and location equal to Mumbai. And at point of this time, when I will run this application, it will give us the exception. And the reason is because it is saying employee got an unexpected keyword argument. It's not able to identify. In that case, what we have to do, we have to use the variable length argument. Means instead of single star, what we have to do, we have to use the double star. And when I will run this application, you will see it is printing just like the dictionary. Means ID is 1, name is this, and location is this. Apart from that, if you want to pass anything else, for an example, like if I want to take anything like DOB, comma. So here what we have to do, DOB you can pass in any way. As in default, it will take, so like 1190. And when I will run this, it will take this, but since we are not printing DOB, that's why it's giving in this way. But if you want to print this also, let's take it here, put comma, run. Here we are seeing, so this value is coming as it is, and other things is coming as in a dictionary. So the thing is, if we are going to pass the value with their identification, means if, for what purpose that value is, then we have to use the variable length argument, means 2 star. So that we can do. It's more significant actually while passing the data. We understand what kind of the data it is coming, because at the runtime, when we are performing any operation, we don't know what kind of the data it is, for which purpose. For an example, here if I will give some different and I didn't pass his ID, then I can consider it anything. But if I will pass with the specification, like this is the ID, so in that case it will be better for me to understand the data. Now in that case, for an example, if I want to print this, we can print like using the for loop. For an example, I comma j, since it has the key value pair, so in that case we can pass, so info dot items, and here we can print simply like I comma j. And when I will run this application at point of this time, we will see ID is 1, name is .NET Office, location is Mumbai. So this is the way we can use the variable length argument. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss about the global variable in Python. So far what we were doing, we were like creating the variable inside the function. So if we are creating the inside the function any variable, so the scope of that variable is basically till the function. We can't access it outside. So these kind of the variable called the local variable also. So let's understand it with an example. So I'm going to create a dev, and I'm going to create a method name is call me. So this is my method name. Here what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a one variable, and this value I'm defining as an 10, and when I'm printing this a, and now what I'm going to do, let's call this method, and what I'm going to do, let's at point of this time, when I will run this, what will happen? It is printing 10. That is obvious. What if I try to access this print a? When I will try to run this, here you can see name is not defined, and to prove it, let's take it outside. So this I'm going to take it, and let me put the comma, or here it is giving like error. I'll say compile time error only. So what it is saying, name a is not defined, means we are not able to access it outside, because the scope of this a is basically inside this method only. So this is called the local variable, means if the scope is within the particular method or something which we are using, then that is called the local variable. Now what if I will take a variable outside of this called b and equal to 15? I'm just saying, and here if I will try to access it, what will happen? Then we can run it. You can see outside 15, and the reason is like b is the 15, and even that we can print here also. So let's run this. So here you can see 10 and 15 for our clarification. Let's take it as a inner. When I will run this, we can see it is printing as expected. So this is the global variable, means throughout this we can access it, but local variable we can't access the outside. So in that case, means if I want to handle global variable through the inside, how we can do? Then the keyword comes global. So this global keyword is used to declare that a variable inside a function refer to a variable defined outside the function, means the global scope. So what in that case, what will happen? Let me make it as a only, and a equal to 15, and let's get rid of this b variable, and here I'm printing a. Now at point of this time, what will happen? When I will run this, outside is 15 and inner is 10, and that is also obvious because this value is global, but this 10 value is not the global. In that case, what if I will make some changes to this one? What I do here, I will say like this a is the global variable. I will tell like global a. I'm just telling this a is basically a global. In that case, what I have done, I have just informed to this method, this global a variable is not a local variable, it's basically a global variable. So when I will run at point of this time, you will see outside is still 15 and inner is 10. And still it is printing the same value like before. The reason is because we are calling this method later after the printing. So what I will do, let me call it first, and now if I will run this, you are seeing both the value is the 10. Basically now this a is become the global variable. In that case, both the value is printing the same as it is. Now another way is what we can do here. What if I will try to make this global variable here if I will try to do, then in that case what will happen? If I will run at point of this time, what it is saying, name a is used prior to global declaration, means we have declared it here, and what it's saying, it is used prior to global, means here we have defined the global variable, but before that we are using this a. That's the reason it is giving the error. Now another thing is we can get it on the different way also. How I can see, for an example, here we are having so many global variable. So let me take it as a 1. I want to access every global variable. We can't define it like this also global variable. So how we can do? There is a one method comes called global. This is the method come. So inside the x, okay, let me take a different variable x. So inside this x, we have all the global variable. Now if I will try to print it and when try to run it, what it will say, it is giving in this way, means it give the object of the full class. But what if I will try to take only the variable which I need? So inside that, what I can do, I want the value only for a. When I will run this, we are seeing inner is the 50, and this value is going everywhere. And here what I will do, x equal to, now I'll make it as a 99, and when I will run this application, you are saying inner value is 9 and outside value is the 15, because here I'm taking a different, I'm not changing the value of the global variable here. Here what I did, I just took the local variable for this one, and that value I'm changing. There's the reason it is giving me this value. So this is the way we can handle the global variables. Means if we want, we have a global variable and we want to change that global variable according to my method, then we can use this global keyword basically to handle such operations. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss about the Lambda function in Python. So far when we were learning about the Python, here what we do, generally how we define. So we define def and I'm saying call me, and here we return something, or we do some logic and then we return something. For an example, I'm returning just the empty thing, and here I missed the brackets, so we return something, and based on that what we do, we just, let me take this also. So now here what we generally do, we use the print method, and inside this one we just calling the call me. So this method I'm just calling, and then when we run this, it is printing for us 1 as expected. The reason why we define this function, so far as per the function what we have understood, we defined the function for the reusability. There is some code which we want everywhere again and again, then generally what we do, that particular logic we move into the one function and we reutilize it wherever we need it. But there are some cases where we don't want to use any method everywhere, only once we need. In that kind of the scenario, we use the lambda function. So in Python, a lambda function is a small anonymous function. So lambda function, we call it anonymous function. Reason? Because these kind of the function, we don't give any name. These are the anonymous. And how we define it? We define it using the, I will say, lambda. In this way, we define it with this keyword. So now let's understand how we define it. And see here now, what I want to do, I want to call, I want to create one method called add, which take 2 parameter, and it sum those 2 parameter and then give. Now I want this method once, so I'll not go as per the traditional method which we define using the def and then that add method taking 2 parameter and all these things. I'll go with the anonymous method, or we say the lambda method. How we do? First we have to give the method name. I'm giving that method name as add. Next what I will do, in this method, add is the method name, I'm going to define a lambda, and then after putting this keyword lambda, we have to give the parameter name, how many parameter it will take. So I'm just saying a comma b, means it will take 2 parameter a comma b. Now after giving this parameter, what operation you want to do, so I will give the colon and a plus b. So that's it only. So this is the anonymous method or the lambda. What we do first is the, I will say, method name. Then what we do, we just use the keyword called lambda, and then we give the parameter and then colon, and then what operation we want to do. So anything we can do. So what operation we are going to perform, that we use it. So that's how we define the lambda expression. Now here, how I will do, I will just call the add, because this is the method name, and the parameter like 2, 3. So that's when I will run this at point of this time, it will give the 5 to us because it is the sum of this one. So lambda functions are often used as an argument to higher order functions, such as functions that take other function as an argument. They are useful for creating a small one-time throwaway function without needing a formally defining them. So if I will take, so this is the normal example. Now what I will do, I'll take another example, and that method name first I will take as a square. So that method name I'm going to take. Here what I'm going to do, I'm going to take one list, and here I'm going to map it. Map it how? Lambda. So this I'm going to define it what? X. This variable I'm taking. Now after assigning this x value, what operation I want to do? So I will write colon x star star 2. So I'm going to do the square, then comma. Here we have to assign the list. So here what I will do, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this list I'm just calling, and here what I will do, I'll just call this method name. Let me run this, then we'll discuss about this. So it is giving 1, 4, 9 and 16. So here what I'm doing, in this square I'm just assigning one list, and in this list what I'm just taking the map, and this is the method I'm just defining it. So here what is happening, we are using lambda with map to square all the number in the list. So in that kind of the scenario, generally what we do, we use the lambda expression. Another way, if we want to take for an example, here I'm just taking another example called I want to find the even number. Here I'm just taking the list again, and here I'm just making the filter. So let's take the filter and filter how we are lambda, and I'm just taking the x again, and here x module 2 equal to 0. So if it is module 2 is equal to 0, then on which list? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for an example. And here with this, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to print the even number also. Let's run this, and we are seeing 2, 4, and 6 are the number which are the even. So that's what we are saying. In the filter, you can see what it expect. It expect the iterable and the function. So here you can see it take the functions and then iterable after the comma. So we have assigned the function we have assigned here, and the iterable means on which iterable you are going to perform that filter. So that's what we have defined. So this is the way we use the lambda expression. So while lambda function can be convenient for short simple function, using the def to define the function is generally preferred to more complex logic, or when the function is need to be reused. In that case, we go with the traditional def function. If you don't want to reusable that method and short you want, you just go with the anonymous method or call the lambda expression. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss about the list comprehensions in Python. In the previous videos, where we have understood about the list, like what is the list and how we create list. In this video, let's discuss what is the list comprehensions in Python. So what is the meaning of that? The meaning of this is like, for an example, if we want to create a list in a shorter syntax based on some expression, then what we can do, we can directly create that list using with this logic. So there is a one syntax for creating this list comprehensions. And what is that? So first of all, what we have to do, we have to, okay, let me write it. How we do that? So we have to write, first we have to give the expression, like what expression you want to give. Then we create it using the for loop. So we write for, then what item we are going to take that, and then in, then we have to take any iterable sequence. So I'm going to write it here, iterable if. So it is basically the condition, what condition we are going to give. If we want to give any condition, then we have to use the if condition. Without that also we can create, but if you want any condition on that list, you have to use keyword if, then we have to write the condition. So that is the syntax of creating the list comprehensive. So what is the here? So expression is basically define the element of the list. It can be as simple as the item itself or more complex involving operation on the item. So what is the expression? It's basically define the list of the elements. So that is the expression. What is the next? For item. So here for item in iterable. So what is the meaning of that one? So if we talk about this one, so this part iterate over each item in the iterable. So what can be the iterable? It can be anything like list, tuple, or any range, anything it can be. And the next is the condition, if condition. So it is optional, as I told. So this filters the element, like on which based condition we want the list. So that is about the syntax. So let's create first a simple list. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a one simple list for the square. So let's take square equal to, so what we have to do, first we have to use the big bracket, then we have to give the expression. So what I want, I'm going to take a variable x, and here what I'm going to do 2. So this square I'm going to take. Now next, on which iterable? So for this x means this variable name I'm taking as an item, where in, then we have to use the iterable thing. So what iterable thing I'm going to use? I'm going to use the range. So this I'm going to use it as a 10. So it will go like this loop will go till range 10. Now let's print this square. So print squares. Now if I will run this, what we are seeing, it is creating a list for us for the square till the range of 10, means 10 times it will go. So this is the simpler way of creating the list comprehensive. So it is like expression. So what expression we have given, then for item, means this is the variable item in, and iterable. So what iterable? So here it can be any iterable object. It can be any list, different list. It can be any tuple. It can be range. Anything it can be. And this is basically optional. So we are not using it here. So as it is. Now let's understand it within condition. So what I want here, I'm just putting if x module 2 equal to 0. So that condition I have put. Now let's run this, and here we are seeing it is showing all those numbers which are module is 0. So it is showing. So this way, like it is creating a list for even number from 0 to 9. Now let's create another list comprehensive, and what I'm going to do here, let's take, I'm taking some words. And what words I'm taking, anything we can take. Let's take hello, and then I'm saying .NET, and then I'm saying office. So this I'm going to say. Now what I want here, what I'm doing, I'm just making it lower words. So here we didn't take as a capital, so I'm going to do as a DOT, and let's make this full as a capital letter. And here what I'm going to do now, so first big bracket, then we have to write the expression. So what I'm doing, words dot to lower. So this expression I'm going to take. So lower, this I'm taking. Then for words, so this is the variable basically, or word in words, or another list which we are having. So that's what we are doing. So and here when I will print this, what it will do, when I will run this, it is saying list object has no attribute lower, means currently it is not finding this lower. So here it is giving, the reason is we are taken here this variable list, we have to use this variable actually. So I'm going to put it here. Now let's run this one. When I will run this, we are seeing all the letter is showing in the lower case, means here this is what the condition we have put to lower, and it is showing as expected. So this is the way we can do, means we can create a list in the lower case also. If you want the nested list comprehensive, so for that also we can do. And how we will do, for an example, I'm taking a matrix, and here what I will do, I will take one list 1, 2, 3, and another list I'm taking 4, 5, 6, and let's take another also 7, 8, 9. So this is the matrix I have taken. Now let's do it. Means what I want, it is currently okay at point of that time when you will run this. So when I will run and print this, we are seeing it is showing in the like matrix format, means 3-dimensional array or 2-dimensional array kind of things. What I want to make, I want to merge this, I want to show in the one list only. How we can do? So let's take variable image as flat, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to take as an item. So this variable we are going to use for, and on what? So I'm going to take sub list, means another list in matrix. Again I'm taking for, and on what? Item, and in subset, sorry, sub list. So how it will be? It is obvious, like what are we doing here? First we are making a loop over this one. So it will give what it will give? It will give one list. And then over this list we are making one more for loop, and then we are printing. So let's copy this, and if I will run at point of this time, you are seeing all the item is showing in one list only. So that's way we can do. If you want to use any kind of a, what I say, the method, like kind of a length method or kind of, so again you can use, for an example, what I'm going to take, let's take again dot and net, and then I'm saying office. And next what I'm going to do, I want to figure it out the length of from this one. So what I can do, length equal to, so this is the method I'm going to use, and method on which one, the variable which we are going to take here. So for here what I will do, word. So this variable I'm going to take in words. So this variable name I'm going to take, and when I'll copy, and let's wait and run this. So what we are going to see, we are going to see 3, 3 and 6. So every word length we are getting from here. So this is the way list comprehensive works. If we want on a particular expression, we want to create a list, we can do using the list comprehensive. What are the advantages? So readability, first of all, when we use appropriately, they can make the code more readable and expressive. Consciousness, list comprehensive allow for the creation of list in a single line of code that we have seen. And efficiency, they are often more efficient than traditional loop of list creation because they are optimized for the specific use cases. So these are the things which we can utilize while using this list comprehensive. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss about the dictionary comprehensive in Python. In the previous video, where we have discussed about the list comprehensive, similar way in this video we will discuss about the dictionary comprehensive. So it is just similar the way of how we create the list, but here it will be the key value pair. So when we have learning about the dictionary, so dictionary is basically key value pair. Similar way, this comprehensive will also work. So first let's understand what will be the syntax for this one. So it is just like the list only, big bracket, then we have to write the key expression. Here the one new thing, we have to define the key. So this is the key basically. Then we have to use the colon, and the next what we have to do, we have to use the value expression. So this is the next thing. Then the same for item in any iterable object or syntax, and then if condition. Again, if condition is the optional, if you want to use it, you can use it. So it is just similar way. So key expression define the key in the resulting dictionary. Value expression, it defines the value associated with each key. And for item in iterable is similar to the list, like it iterate over each item in the iterable. Again, it can be anything, list or range. And if condition is the optional, if we want to give any condition based on that. So let's take the same example which we have taken the list only, called square. Here what I'm going to do, I'm going to define it, how we choose it. So basically to define it here, what we have to do, here we have to use the curly braces. So here I put the big bracket, it should be the curly braces. So like curly braces defined for the dictionary that we know, and big bracket is for the list. So here we have to use the curly braces. And now how we define it? So first let's x, this is my key, and then colon, and next what we have to do, we have to give the expression. So this is the expression I'm giving, and then for x in, and then range. For an example, here I'm giving 5, and let's print it first. So print, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to take the square, and when I will run this at point of this time, you are seeing it is giving us key value pair. Means here also we have taken the x, and here we have taken the value on this x. So x will be every time when it is counting. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is the way we are doing, means in every new line we are taking this. Now on this, if we want any condition, so similar, we can put like module. If I want to put equal to 0, and when I will run this, we are seeing the same result, which is divisible by the 2. So this is the way we can do. Now another thing, if we want to swap the key and value in the dictionary, then how we can do? For with this, it is again the simple. So what I will take a one original dictionary, and here what I am going to do, I'm going to define, like for an example, A will be the 1, and B will be the 2, and C will be the 3. So this is the dictionary I have taken. Now I want to swap it. So how I can do? So here I will take like swap And here what I will do, I'll just write first of all the key which I want, and then we have what we have to write. We have to use the key here for key. So this is the key I'm taking, and then value in original dot item. So on this one I'm going through the loop. So now here it is giving error, and the reason is because we have one space on this one, and same goes for this also. And now copy this and put it here. When I will run this logic, here you will see A is 1, B equal to 2, and C is 3. Is the original one. Means this is the key, A is the key, B is the key, and C is the key, and their value. But after swap, when I will put it, and we will run this, it will be swapped. Means the value was there, it will become the key now, and then which was the key is become the value. So this is the way we can swap it. Even we can call the function also. Means here is the value. If I want to take the words as we have taken the list, we can use the words as well. Apart from that, if you want the now if I want to make the nested dictionary comprehensive, so how I can make? So let's make a little changes here. What I want to do, I'm just going to take a one table variable. Means it will be a multiplication table basically, and here we have to use the curly braces for dictionary, and let's take the key as a x, and then again curly braces. The reason, because inside this we are going to take another dictionary comprehensive, and this variable name I'm taking as a y, then colon, and then what I'm going to do, expression. So x multiply with y. So this will be my expression. For here I'm taking y, and then in range of, so this multiplication I'm making 1 to 6. So 1, 6 means it will go with the 5. So that we know about the range. Means the number which we are starting and the ending. 6 is the ending. So it will go before that only. It will complete before that only. So this is the internal dictionary comprehensive. Now the next thing what we have to do, we have to use complete for the outsider, means for x1. So for x, and then in again the range, and this will also go with the same 1, 6. So this is the expression. Now if I will copy and just paste it, and when I will run this, you will see 1, and this is the inside expression, means 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, and for one dictionary is the same. What if I will take as a 0 here, and when I will run this, it is giving the error because it's saying it's, and reason is obvious, because on index 0 there is nothing, there is no key. So how you will figure it out? For an example, when I will, let me run this again, and here you are saying there is no key which starts from the 0. So what we have to do, index is 1. So when I will run this, it will give us, this is the value. And when we were learning about the dictionary, I told you, like, if you are not finding in this way, like if we can even use the get also. So in that case, when I will run and when I will find with the 0, it will give none because there is no value. With that, if it is not finding, what you can do, you can just write not found if anything is not found, then not found, because on the 0 there is nothing, and when I will run with the 1, we can see the output. So this is the way we can implement the dictionary comprehensive. So that's it for this video. If you have any question, and hello everyone, in this video we are going to discuss about the string. Means basic string we know, we create a variable and we assign the string, but this string is basically in the Python give us so many inbuilt methods that can be used for the different purposes. So first, if we talk about the string, so string in Python is basically immutable. Immutable means we can't change the value after it created. And apart from that, Python provided rich set of method and functionality to manipulate and work with the string. So let's understand, but before that, let's understand what all are the major methods or the functions which Python provide. First is the strip. We will understand all this logic with an example as well. But first let's understand what is the string. So if we have the white spaces, means if we have the space before or after of the string, so we can use the string that remove it. And apart from that, lower and upper that we have seen to make the character in the lowercase or uppercase, split is basically we want the substring based on the some delimiter. So in that case we use the split. Then join, it used to join the strings into one string. And then replace is for the name say replace, means if we want to replace something in a string, so for that purpose we have used it. So these are the major method which we use. So get rid of all this, let's understand it with an example. So to learn it or make it fast, I have some couple of the string with us, so that I'm going to use. So here you are seeing I have one string that is with the single quote, this is with the double quote, this is triple single quotes, means triple single quote. In that case, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to take print and let's copy this here. And what we have to do, we have to press enter, so we will print everything like what it is printing. So here what I'm going to do, let's put enter, and here let's put it this and this. And when I will run this, you are seeing all are giving as the result we want. Here single quote will work the same way, double quote also work with the same way. If we are using the triple single quote, will also behave the similar way. So this is a multi line string. So if we are taken in the in the new line, that's the reason. If I will do in the same line, and when I try to run this, it is given us in the same line. Same goes for the triple double quotes. In that case, this is also a multi, so it is printing again in the two lines. So this is the way, means in any way we can define the string. So that's about the declaration of the string, in which way we want to declare it. Next is, let's do some basic operation here. So first is the concatenation. Concatenation means if I want to make the sum of two strings. So here what I have done, I am taking a hello and B I am taking as a world. Now I want to add these two. So what I can do, print, and in this what I can do, A plus, and let's put the space and then plus B. So this way what it will run, it will print hello world. Similar way, if I want to print this A means hello multiple times, so what I can do like this, and when I will run this, it is saying hello, hello and hello. 3 times it is printing. So we can do, if we want a character, then how I can do, first character, let's see, I want to take, then this one. So if you will see H, in the similar way, if I will take the -1, what it will do, it will start from the last. So this is the way we can do. Another thing, if we want the substring, means basically the slicing. So for an example, here I want it should start from 1 and it should give us 4, means before 4 it will finish it. So it is giving 3. So index on 1 we have the E, so it is starting from there and end is there. Next is the length. If I want any length, we can use the length method, and we are seeing the length of this. Similar way, we have the to lower and upper. So for an example, A dot lower. So this is the method. When I will run this, everything will be in the small. So let's make it in the big, so to understand much. So currently I have put it on the debug. So let's close this, again run this. We are seeing on the small letter. Same goes for the upper. So if I will do upper, so every character will be in the upper letter. Similar way, capitalize. So what it do, in case of the capitalized, first letter will be in the capital letters. For an example, here I'm making a small, and when I will run this, you are seeing the first letter will be the capital letter. So that is the capitalized. Now another thing is, here is the title. So For an example, here I have a hello and world, and when I will make it as a title, and when I will run this, you are seeing first word of this H and W will be the capital automatically. So that we can do using the title. And swap case, if I want to swap. So for an example, let's make it as a swap case. When I will run this, what will happen? Everything will be the hello and the world in the capital letter. And why it is making everything capital letter? Because all are in the small. What if I will make H as a capital? And when I will run this, you will see H is small, everything means it is swapping the case. If anything is in lower case, it is making like in upper letter, otherwise in the lower letter. Another thing, there is one method called find. It return the lowest index of substring if found, otherwise it will return the -1. For an example, here what I am going to do, I am going to find, and what I am going to find is world. WORLD, and let's put it in the string. When I will run this, it is printing 6. What I will say words, and when I will run this, it is saying -1, because in this string there is nothing related to this word, so that's why it is printing the -1. Another thing, if I want to replace, so for an example, replace I am saying, and word just replace with words, WORDS. So okay, let's make it words. When I will run this, you are seeing the output hello worlds, and after that if you find, and what I want to find words, and when I will run this, it is giving the 6, because now it is finding that particular word. So this way also we can do. Another thing, if I want to find the count of particular, so for an example here, count I am doing, and what I want to count, let's take L, and when I will run this, you are seeing 3, because this L word is coming 3 times in this string, so we can find through that using the count. Another is the strip. Strip means to remove the spaces, white spaces basically. So for an example, here I am doing this strip, and it don't take any parameter. So let's run this. You are seeing it is now removing the spaces. You can figure it out this one. So that's way how we can do, we can remove the white spaces. Another here, if L strip. So L strip, what it do? From the left basically. So it remove the white spaces. So let's run this. You are seeing for word, after the word white space means space is there, but not before the L. Similar way for R also. When I will run this, here you are seeing there is no space, but this is the space. So this is the way we can use these strip also. And similar way, if I want to split it, so if I use the split, and when I will run this, you are seeing it is splitting this particular in the list format. So that is the way we can do also. And what if I want to split the line? For an example, here I am having /L, and here first let's print the A. When I will run this, you are seeing hello and word, and with that if I want to split, so split lines, so A dot split lines, and when I will run this, with that it will convert it to the list. That also we can do. Another, if I want to join, so for an example, here I have a list, so this is the list I'm taking. Okay, let's take this in a list 1 equal to this. So this is coming in the list. Now I want to, what I want to do, I want to join. So first let's take in the space, and then dot join. So with this string, what I'm going to join, I'm going to join the list 1. And when I will run this, you will see it is coming a space in between this, or you can take test. And when I will run this, you are seeing hello test word. So we are joining with this. So basically what it do, okay, let me remove this one. So it is coming basically what I say list, and if I want to join the list with the space, so that's what it is giving the space in between this one. So that is about the joining. If I want to check the content, means there is a one method called start with. So what it do, it check. So here what I'm going to do, let's get rid of this one, and here I'm just checking a dot start with, and what I'm checking is hello. So it return either true or false. So when I will see, it is false. So will it starting with hello? So it is saying false. And the reason is because here we have given the space. So let's get rid of these spaces, and when I will run this one, you are saying true. Similar way, end with, we can use end with. So dot end, here end with, and here you can do. So there is a one thing, see, when I will click on this one, if you are not finding, just press Control space to see anything. See, I'm just putting, and if I will write something, it is not giving, just when you will go back, it is not showing the intelligence until we don't remove the dot. But in that case, if you will do Control space, it will start showing us this one. So what I'm going to do, end with, and this I'm going to take as a hello world. When I will run this, it will say true because it is ending with this one. Similar way, there is a one thing called is alpha. What is that? It also return true or false if all the characters are alphabetic. For an example, here what I'm going to do, a dot is alpha. In that case, when I will run this, it is saying false. It is saying like if all, what it is saying, if all the characters are alphabet. When I will remove this space and when I will run this, it is saying true because now all are the alphabetic. Similar way, we can check for the digit also. Like there is one method called digit. So is digit. So currently, let's put 456. Run this, true. If I will put anything inside this one, what it will say? False, because it checked for the digit. Similar way, we have the is now. So what it check all the character are alphanumeric, means in the case of the both. For an example, here what I will do, currently it is giving false because it has the alphabet also. So what I will do is now, and when I will run this at point of this time, we are seeing true because it's a combination of these two. Similar way, we can check for the is space if there is any space in between this. So you can check is space. When I will run this, it is saying false because it is saying there is no space. When I will remove this one and when I will run this, it will say true. The space is there. Similar way, is little also written true or false if the string is title cased. It check that particular string is the title case. So what I'm going to do, let's take b dot is titled. So it will give false because first letter is small. Let's make it big. When I will run this, it will give the true. So that is the title case. So this is the way we can do. Another thing is how we can do the formatting of the like string. So for an example, so this one I have like how we used to do previously. So for an example, if I will print here, you are seeing greeting. Let me print this also. So print greeting. When I will run this, it is saying hello John, you are 30 years old. So that's what means we are taking means this module, and then in the bracket we are taking. So this way, this is the basically old way. Another way which we are having is the new way called string dot format. So how it will be when I will replace this way. So what, let me comment it. What we are doing, we are using a method format. So this is the string and format is this. Here previously we were using this module S and module T, and based on that we are printing first value, second value. Here we have to use the curly braces wherever we need it, and we use the format, and then it will print. When I will run this, we can see it is working as expected. So this, now there is a one more thing called the F string. And what is that? When I will, let's comment it. And what is the F string? So that is implemented in the Python version 3.6 plus. So in that case, what we have to do, we have to put the F keyword here and then in the curly braces. When I will run this, you are seeing the same output it is giving. So this is the way we can do the printing, the basically formatting in the string we want. Another is the escaping special character. So for an example that we have seen in the previous also, so to the escape the special character, we can use the backslash. So what is that? So when I will, let me put it, so quote, this is the way, means for an example, hello has the double quotes. So in that way we use the backslash. Same goes for this. So when I will run here quote, comma, and here I will say path. When I will run this, you are seeing both is printing as expected. So to use the special character, we have to use the backslashes. So that's about a string. If you want in the other way we have seen in the multi-line, like how we use the multi-line string, similar way we have seen in the first step only. What if I want to play in the string with the encoding and decoding? So how it will work? So for an example, this code also I am having with me. What I will do, here is the text called hello world. What if I want to encode it? So let me print it and encode it. When I will run this, it is encoded like be hello world. So this is basically encoding to the byte. Similar way decoded. So here instead of encode, what I will do will be the decode. So for decoding it, what we have to use this encode variable and on this one decode. So when I will run this, it will remove that b from there. Similar way, if we want the regular expression also on the string, so how it will be? First we have to import the library, and what will be the RE? So that we are going to import here, and let's remove the space first. And for an example, here I have a pattern. So first this RE module allow for complex string searching, matching, manipulating using the regular expression. And this can be useful for validating, parsing and modifying string based on the pattern. So for this one, I also have an example. So let me copy this and put it here. So pattern is this, and there is a 1, 2, 3 apple. So first let's run and then see this. So print match. When I will run this, here you are seeing 1, 2, 3. So from this text, I'm just finding what is the number basically. So how we can figure it out? Using the pattern. So first we have to use the regular expression R, and then based on that what you want, so D plus. So that's way we can find it, means find all in among this pattern we have to find in the text. So this is the way we can figure it out based on the pattern matching or the regular expression also. So this is all about we can do with the string, means everything which we have seen, that's all we can do with the string. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss about the exception handling in Python. So first, why we need the exceptions handling. The thing is, exception handling is a way to handle errors or exceptional conditions that occur during program execution. So for an example, you are writing some program and at runtime, you find some error. For an example, you are trying to find a file and that file is not exist in that particular location. Then what will happen? That error exception will show to the end user, and end user will not understand that exception. Then as a developer, we have to handle that exception and we have to figure it out. If that particular directory, that file is not exist, then we give a meaningful message to the end user, say like this file is not exist on this directory. So in that kind of the scenario, we use the exception handling, and there are so many use cases which comes under the exception handling, and even it allow for graceful handling of error and prevent the program from crashing. So if we talk about the exception handling, so there are some terms. First is the try, and another is the except. We will see everything one by one. and then is the else, and then finally. So these are the terms through that we create the application. So let's understand it with an example only. So what I'm going to do first, I'm writing one program. So how we write? So first we write the try keyword. Inside that, what we do, we write the logic. What logic you want to create. So for an example, I'm taking one number, and here what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to get a particular a number from a user. So enter a number. So this number I'm taking from user and I'm converting into the integer. So we know input is basically give by default string. So that's why we have to convert into the number. So now result is equal to 10 divided by number. So that's what I'm doing. Like whatever the number is coming, I'm just dividing with the number. So this is the logic which I am having currently. Now the next thing what I will do, whatever result will come, I'm just printing it here. Next thing, so this is my logic. So logic, whatever we are writing, we write under the try catch, like whatever the logic. Now from this try, while writing this logic, we can think like in the future at the runtime there can be an exception, means error can come. So what I will do, I will write the except, means if there is any error. Now error is also many types. For an example, if we know the type of the error, for an example, there can be a value error, means let me write this. What is the value error? Means if, for an example, here in the number, instead of giving enter a number, I just give the string. So that error called the value error. So we know. So these are the specification of the value number. So let's write here like this is not a number, because we know this indicate value error indicate like this is not a number. So we know, that's why we can write this specific message. Another error, what can be? I can divide it by 0 also. So I will write another except, and here I will say 0 division error, because we know this error also. So that's why we can write it like print here. What message I can give? So I will say can't divide by 0. So that also I can write. So these are the some error which we know. Another thing is, if we don't know the type of the error, like what can be the error, then in that case what can I do? Except if there is any error which we don't know, apart from this one, if there is any other, we can just write, say like for an example. So here what we can do, we can write error occurred. So any type of the means, if we know the type of error, then we can directly write like value error. So it will directly come to this one. And if it is 0 divided on error, then it will directly come to this one. If we don't know like what kind of the error can come, so we can directly like this, like it will give the error. Apart from these, we have the name error and there are other error as well. So these are the things which we handle. So this is about the try and except. Now the next thing is the finally. But before that, we have one more is else. So for an example, I'm writing else. Here, what it will tell, like print. So what I can do here, let me put F, and here I will write this result is. So here if I want to print result, let's print the result. So here what I'm doing, I'm just printing the result, whatever that means. If there is no exception, then it can print the result also. And there is one more thing is the finally. So let me put it first. Finally. So what is the use of finally? So finally is generally we use it for an example. We want to execute some code. Either exception comes or not come. But that particular code we want to execute. So those kind of the things we write under the finally. For an example, we are connecting to the database. What we do for connecting to database, first we have to open the connection, and then we need to close the connection is also. So close the connection, close the connection is mandatory. either exception comes or not come. So in that scenario, we put such kind of the logic under the finally. Finally always execute either exception comes or not comes. So in that kind of the scenario, finally is also important. So this is the code which we have written. So what we have written so far, we have written the try. Inside that we have written logic. Some error we know, so we have written this way. So we have to write the except and the type of the error. If we don't know the type of the error, then you can just write like this, like except, then print, and in the else we are doing, and then finally. So let's run this. When I'm running, it is giving me a number. So what I'm giving, I'm just giving 2. Let's hit enter. What it is saying, 5.0, since I have printing it here as well. And if there is no error, then I'm doing this also. Means I'm just printing here. Since it is giving 5.0, because I'm not converting into the like these things, I'm not converting into the integer. So that's why it's coming. And then execution complete. You can see it is any case this particular finally logic always call. Other thing, let me rerun it again. Here now I will give a string like .NET. So when I will hit enter, what it is giving? This is not a number. This is not a number means it is going in this value error. We know it is not a number, that's why we have written value error, and it is giving error. But still you will see execution complete, means that finally is executing in that case also. If I will take another scenario, means if I will try to delete it with the 0, and when I will give, it is saying can't divide it by 0, means it is going under this one. So this is the way what we can do, like we can manage our exception handling in our case. When it is going in any exception, we are seeing it is not coming in the else part. So this is the way we handle the exception. So try block of code to try which may raise an exception. Basically we write the logic here which we think it can come the error. In that case we write it. So the exception handling is used to manage runtime error such as file not found, invalid user input divided by 0, and so that kind of scenario we write it, and it helps us in the writing robust and error tolerant programming. In the advanced about the exception handling, we will discuss in the coming videos where we will see a real-time example with all these things. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss about the file handling in Python. In the previous video, where we have discussed about the exception handling, in this video, we will utilize that exception handling in the like in the file reading and doing any other operation with the file. First, let's understand what is the file handling. So file handling in Python involve reading from the like reading and writing data from the file. It allows for the storage and retrieve of data persistently. Now the thing is how we read the data, or how we read means write the data to the file. So there are some key points which we have to remember while reading the file, and what all our key points are. So basically first, if I will talk R, so R is indicate to read the file, means basically read mode. Next, if I will talk, that is the W, and that is called the write mode, means if I have to write something to the file, we have to use this W, means write mode. Next is the A. What is the A? A is indicate to the append mode, means open the file for writing. The file pointer is at the end of the file if exists. So something it used to append the mode, means append the data, so append mode. Next is come the B. So that is another mode, that is called the binary mode. So in this, what happened, binary mode, we use it for the binary files. For an example, we have the images. So for such kind of the things, we use the binary mode. Now this binary mode can be used with the R, means reading binary data, and WB means writing something to the binary data, means that images. If we want to do some alter with, we can do. Next is the plus, and that is called the update mode. Now what is this? So it opens the file for updating, means reading and writing, and can be combined with other module also, means for what purpose? We can do R plus, we can do W plus, means Just read the file, update it, write the file, update it. So for such kind of the things here, or we can use a plus also. So for these are the key points, first of all, which we are having with our Python to handling operation with the file. So R for reading, W for writing, A for append, B for binary board means I will say the images basically, because we store that kind of the data in the binary format, and then plus to update mode. So these are the key points which we are having. Now let's understand first how we read the file. So I'll get rid of this one. What I will do first, what we have to do, we have to write the with. So this is the keyword. We have to open the file. Here you are seeing what it take first. So this take first the path. So what I will just say, as of now I'll give the path, later I will give the full path, and then we have to give the mode. What mode you want. So there are so many mode you can see, R plus, plus R, RT plus. So there are so many, but as of now we want only the reading the file, R, and I'm just making it alias like file. So this name I'm giving. Now the thing is, I'm going to take let's take one variable content, and let's put the column first. So content, and here I'm just saying file means this alias name dot read. So this I'm doing here, and then what I will do, I'll just print, and that's content. So this logic I'm doing here. Now what is the use of this? So here with open. So here I have written the with open as file means, open means it open the file, whatever the path we are giving, it open the file in the read mode, means we have given the R. And what it do, it return the file object. We are seeing here file object. Now with, so this is a context manager that ensure proper acquisition and release of the resource. So basically it handle everything. When the block inside the with statement, so this with statement is exist, file is automatically closed even if an error occurs. So this particular logic is comes under this with scope. So when we handle anything, so there can be some error may come. So in that case, what we have to do, we have to close the file, but it automatically handled. So in that case, we are managing this data. Now what I will do, instead of this path, I will give the path. Actually in my case, I have already created one file, and inside that file I have written some text. So I'll copy and I'll replace this particular line of code with me. So I have this file, and if I will open that file, so here you will see I have written some text like, hi, welcome to the .NET Office. So this text I have written here. So what I will do, I'll run this code. Let me run this code, and then I will, since I'm reading, we can see this particular message is coming. So this is the way we can read the data. Now for an example, same thing I want to write. So in that case, what I have to do, I have to just write W, and let me close it first. And then what I will do, instead of this logic, this, okay, let's read also after doing that. And what I will do, I will just write file dot write, and inside this one, what I will say, I will just say new text added for Python. And now what I will do, let me run this. Currently it is giving the reason, because currently that file operation is busy in writing and we have to release it from there. So that's why it is giving some error here. So I'll put hash, means I'll comment it, and let's comment this also, and let me run this again. We are seeing there are no message stemmings because we didn't write anything. What I will do, let me open that file again. So here you are seeing it is replaced with the new data because we are writing something to that file. We are not updating or anything else we are not doing. That's why it is just writing the new data. What I will do now is, let me comment it here, and I'll just read it again. So when we will read it, we will, okay. So currently it is saying it is not readable. And so let's see what is the error. And the reason is we have written W here. It should be R. So now let me run this. So when I will run this, currently, okay, it's not giving anything. Let's see again why it's not giving And the reason is that currently that file is not having anything, because on the right in the W case we already ran it and it has given some data on that point. So what I will do, let me comment it again. So I'll comment it. Let me comment this line as well. And what I will do here, I will put it in W first. Let me run this. Now it ran. I will comment this line again. Let me put R here and let me read this file. Let me undo this and now let me run. We can see our new text is added for Python is we are seeing here. So this is the way we handle the things. Now if we want to update it, just what we have to do, we have to use the key point which we have discussed to update the data or to append the data as an A. So in that case we can use it. So what I need to do, I'll just comment it again. So I'll comment it, and what I will do, I'll just write here A that we need, we have to write, and then just file.write. And what I will say just append line /n. I will say for the new line. Now let me run this again, and what I will do, let me comment this and let's read what the data we are seeing here. So okay, so again we have appended, let me do R, let's see if it gives something. So we are seeing new text added for Python and appended line. We have to put the slash before, then it would give added it into the new line. So this is the way we are handling the file here. Now what if we can see sometime we are getting the exception because we forgot to change the mode of this. So how we can handle such kind of a thing? So in that case, what we can do, we can put this code in the try. So we know, like I have put here try, and now we have to do one more tab here and put the tab to manage it, and here also tab. So this we have to do. Now for handling the catch, we have to use the except, and we know sometime what can be the file path not found. So what I will do, file exist error, file not found. So I'll take file not found and print similar like file not found. I'll just copy and put it here to make it fast. So I will do another. There are so many exceptions we can use, like except we can use for an example IO error. So what is the purpose of this one? It's a occur when we are reading the file. So let me copy this, put it here, error while reading file. So these are the error is coming. Another means this is the way we can handle, and let me put the finally. So in that finally, if you want to write something, you can write it like operation done. So at point of that time, so currently I'm reading, let me run this. So it is giving operation done will come obviously because we are in finally. Now here I will just change the file name like Python file1. Let me run this. In that case, what error is coming? File not found, because on this we are not finding with this name any file. That's why this error is coming. So this is the way we can manage the logic. Now the thing is, when you are we were saying when we were writing the code, we have to comment this read file and uncomment that write. So for that purpose, I told you, like for one key point there is a scope of this one. So what we have to do, once I have done this part, we have to write another try catch block. In that, what you can do, you can just put the read file also. What if I try to do that operation? For an example, here this one I'm just writing for appending the data, and let me get rid of this comment append, and I will do put it here, and let me do as a 2 and comment it. What I will do, okay, so here let's put the hash here, and what I will do, I'll just copy this part, and here I will put like this, and let's make it as a read, and comment this, uncomment this, and here. So this part I am doing here. In that case, what will happen means, first we are writing and we know the scope of this particular key point is still here, then the another scope will run. What if I will run at point of this time? So what we are seeing? We are seeing append line 2 here, and operation is done. So currently let me remove this file 1 and file 1. because what it do internally, it is when we try to append it, it create a new file with the same name. Now at point of that time when I will run this, we are seeing append line 2 is also adding to the new file, and then even the reading the same file after this one. So these all are the ways we can handle the exception. So as I told you, like when we try to append or write something, it automatically create that file for us also, and that example also we have seen. For an example, here currently when I try to read a file name 2, and when I will run this, it will give error like file not found. But this part, when I will again uncomment it and try to run it, we will see so many times because we didn't change it. But here if I will give 3, and here also 3 I will give, and here I will say 23. So what it will do, this file is currently not exist in my this directory. So what will happen? It will automatically create one file for us, and it will read from here. So let's prove this one. So what I will do, I will run this. We are seeing it is reading this file from here, because now after writing this, it is creating that file in the directory and it is printing for us. So this is the way we can handle the data, means basically we can manage and like write, update, anything we can do with the file. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss about the decorators in Python. Decorators in Python are the powerful feature which allow us to modify the behavior of an existing method or the function. For an example, you have created a method in your application and somehow you don't have access to that method, or like your intention or your company intention said that like this is the base method and we can't change it. If you want to write something for this method, then create your own method and reutilize it, but don't change that basic or the base method. In that kind of the scenario, we use the decorators. Means instead of changing anything in the existing method, just override that method according to you. So let's understand it with an example. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to create a one method, and that method name I'm just saying divide number. It will take 2 parameters a and b, and here I'm just printing like old and a divided by b. So what this method will do is generally, if I will say print, and what it will do, divide number. So let's say divide number a, and means number we have to give 4, 2. So when I will run this at point of this time, run this, so it is giving old 2.0, and we know this one why it is giving. So instead of this one, it is giving none. Reason, because we are printing already there and we are not returning anything. That's why it is giving none. So we are saying old 2.0. Let me take it to the right side as well. So left, right. So this side I will say output is coming. Okay, so here I have taken to the right bottom. Okay, so here you are seeing the output. So old like a divided b, but somehow this method is having some problem. For an example, here if I would try to divide it by 0, and when I will run this, we will see like divided by 0 exception is coming, but it is coming an exception. It is not giving a proper message. So now what I want, after creating my application, now what I want to change this method. Means I want to use the try catch method. So in that case, how I can modify it? And the condition is we can't change this method. So in that case, what I have to do, I have to override this method as per my understanding, means as per my logic. So what I will do, first we have to create a new method called def, and let's say my divided number. So this method name I'm giving divide number. Now the thing is, since we are creating an override method, so what this method will expect, it expect a function, and function later what we have to do, some function it expect. That's the thing. Now what function it will expect? So here we have to create another method, and I will say update divide, and this method will have the same parameter as the parent method has. So a comma b, means these variable name can be changed, but the number of the parameter I'm talking about. So update divide, now colon, and here you can change the logic as per your requirement. So I'm just using the try, and I'm saying C equal to A divided by B, and I'm just printing here like print C, and here I'm just saying the catch or the except. Here what I will say 0. So let's control space, and I will say 0 division by error colon, and here I will say print like divide by 0 is not allowed. So this I have written here. Now the next thing, if you want to write the finally block, you can write, otherwise no need. Here I will return this method, means whatever the logic of this method will taken care automatically, and I'm returning this method. So what logic I have written so far, I have created a new method, will have accept a function, and inside this one the original method, means the override method we have to write. So def your method name, new method name, anything you can write. It will take the parameter which the parent is taking, means A and B. Write your own logic, and at last return whatever the method you have created. Now the thing, we have created the method, how we have to utilize. So first let's result, I'm taking a variable and my new method. So this, and now what this method expect, it expect only the method name. So I will say like divide number. So this method expect this one, it's not taking any parameter or anything, that's why it's simply expect a method. Now this result is having the value inside this one. What I will say, I'll just say like 4 comma 2, and to check is it calling the new method, what I will say here, I will write new, and when I will run this at point of this time, you will see new 2.0. It is not even calling that old method. If you want to call old method, just you have to call directly like this. Now we want the override method, just we have to call it, we have to like pass this parameter. In that case, when I will divide it by 0 and run this, it is giving our message. So this is the way, see, this is the way this decorator is more useful, means we can override the method as per our requirement. So the real time, if we talk, so in the real time, the uses of this, like for an example, I want to do the logging as per my project. I can do authentication, authorization purpose, validation purpose. There are so many ways we can use this decorator. In the future, we will discuss about the inbuilt decorator is also there, like for an example, to define the static method, class method, property. There are so many inbuilt decorator is also available. We will discuss more about them also. Apart from that, we have the chaining decorator, where you can apply multiple decorator to a single function. So that's what also we can do. And there is another way of handling this decorator. And what is that? See, currently what are we doing? We are just passing this method, this divide method under this one as a means as a parameter. Now what I will do, let me comment these two here. Since we have declared this method after this, what I will do, I'll take it from here to here. Now what I will do, I'll just call this method also, and here I'm just saying 4 comma 2, and when I will run this, so it will give old. Now I want to use this decorator. So instead of calling this way, what I can do, I can just write @ my this divide number. Now at point of that time, when I will run this, we are okay. Currently it is saying syntax error. Let's see what it is. Okay, so we are putting it here, not here. We have to put it above the method basically. So this way. Now when I will run this, we are seeing the new, means it is calling the new method, not the old method. So this is the way also we can call the decorator. What is the use of this one? Now for example, tomorrow, according to my application, I want to create one more override method. So in that case, we can use the multiple decorator. So that is called the chaining decorator, means we can apply multiple decorator to a single function. So in that case also we can handle. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss about the generator. So before talking about the generator, let's talk about the intervals. So what is the meaning of that travel? So it travels keyword, like we have seen so far, it iterate over the value. For an example, here I am having a num, and in this I'm just defining the value 4, 5. And if I want to print this value, then what we do generally, we use the for loop, and based on that, what we do, we print the data. Now there is a different way of doing this one, and that is the iter. So for an example, I'm just going to take result equal to, so this variable will automatically taken care of the, so this is the for loop. Instead of that, I want to use iter, and this method I'm going to use, and inside that I'm just taking the nums. So at point of this time, when I will print first result, so let's see what it gives. So when I will run this, you will see it is the type of list iterator. So basically this return the list item. But if I want to print the data, so here it has a one special method called next. So so this is the special method. So like this, we will discuss more about the special methods. Like we have the next, we have the init, and there are so many special methods are there. But what is the use of this next? This result will, so as I told you, it's a list iterator. Now this result has all these values, and by using the next, it will print value one by one. But currently you are seeing it is 2. Next time when I will print the same here, and when I will run this, you are seeing 2 and 3. So with the next, internally for loop, what it do? Internally for loop also call the next method, and according to that, it iterate over the value. Apart from that, we have one more, and that is this is the special variable, but we have the next method as well. So this take the result. When I will run this, so you are seeing it is the next value, because till here it is automatic. It means internally the index has reached till here, and then it is printing the next value which will coming. But what we are seeing with this iterator, we are seeing like internally it is keeping all the memory, means in the memory it is keeping the value. But if we talk about the generator, so generator are a type of iterable like list and tuple, but unlike list, they do not store their content in the memory. Instead, they generate item on the fly, which is memory efficient for the large data set. So that is the main use of the generator. Means if we will go with the iterables, it is stored in the memory, that you can see. Like currently we are seeing it here, but in case of the generator, it has not happened. It don't store in the memory. So let's understand that with an example. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a one method here, and that method I will say count. So count, and till what number? So I'm taking one variable as an argument, like till whatever the max number I will give, till that it will count. And I'm just saying it should start from 1. So count, it should start from the 1. I'm just saying, again I'm writing wrong. Okay, so I'm just saying count equal to 1. Now here I'm using the while loop. Now this while loop, what I am saying, count is greater than equal to max, and here I'm using a special variable called yield. Okay, so this method I'm using, and then here I'm just saying count, and then count plus I'm doing here count plus equal to 1. So that's what I'm doing here. But before that, what I will do, I'll just copy this one. Let me comment all the lines first. Let's understand about this variable. So what I'm going to do here, I'm just using the yield count, and here I'm just saying 6. Can we assign that value? No, it's not allowing to assign. So what I will say is, I will say max, that we can do yes. So here what I'm doing, I'm just saying print, and here I will say count method, and I'm just saying 3. When I will run this, you are seeing it's a generator object count, means it is not printing the value in this way. Then how it will print? So again it will take a special like variable. So for that, using this one, we have to put the dot and then next. In that case, when I will run this, you are seeing the value of 3. Means, for an example, here I will take another yield and here I'm just saying 6. In that case, when I will run this, you are seeing the 3 value only. But when next time when I will call this and when I will run this, here you are seeing 3. Means 2 times it's like we are calling this method, but it's not taking another next variable here. So it is returning the same value at point of this time. Now what I will do, I'll just say like 1 and let me take one more value, and that is the 7 here, and let's get rid of this one and let's get rid of this method as well. Now when I will run this at point of this time, what it will print? It is again printing 1 and 1. Now instead of this, what I will take, I'll take like a equal to count, this method I'm calling here, and now instead of calling directly the method, what I'm just calling it, I'm calling with the variable. And when I will run this, you are seeing how many times I'm just calling this method, it is printing the same. Means when I'm just calling that directly that method, it is reinitializing that method again and again. That's why it is printing only one result. But when I call this method once, so internally it keeps the value and then it is calling one by one. So this is the way we are doing. So now what I will do, I'll just get rid of this one, and here I'm just taking as a max as we discussed, so till 5 here, and let's get rid of this code and I'll get rid of this one. So what I'm saying here, let's print the means 5 times we are going to print here, and here instead of using the next, here we have to use the for loop. And how we do that, I in whatever the a means the counter which we have taken, and if I will print the I value, so let's run this, we are seeing all the value as expected, it is coming. So the generator are useful for processing large data stream, implementing lazy evaluation, and handling sequence where computing all element at once is impractical. So this is the way, means the main agenda of the generator, like it not store the data in the memory as the need we needed, it give us that particular data. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss about the modules in Python. So what is the module? So if we talk about general about the module, so for an example, you are having a file, and that file, if you are start writing the code, means either any function, variable defining, or anything you are going to write. So what happened, if you will continue doing the work with one file, then code will be very lengthy and file will be very lengthy. So generally for the like convenience, as in the professional project, what we do generally, we segregated the code, means we create one file for handling all kind of the string, for an example, another file to handle all the numbers. So we segregated. So if we need to make any changes for number tomorrow, then what we do generally, just go to that file and do the changes. The file, it's basically contain everything. In any module file, you can either create the function, you can create the classes, variable, anything, just segregation of the code. Let's understand it with an example. So here currently we are working with the practice.py. So it's also a module file. You can write anything. What I'm trying to do, let me add another file. So I'm going to add the Python file, and this name I'm going to give my module. So you can give a name, whatever convenient to you. So this module name I have given. Here what I will do, let me create two methods. One is for add, and here a comma b I will do, and let me return a plus b. So this is the means method I have created here. Another method what I will do, let me copy it to make it fast, and this I will do multi, means multiplication of these two numbers. Similar way we can add the multiple method. Now what I want to use these two methods in this class in the practice.py. Then how I can do? So for an example here, if I will use that directly, that method 1, 2, we are not able to access it. It is giving the error. And if you will see here, like here it is saying create class add in module practice.py. Either if you will click it, let me click it. So what it do? It is creating a class. But currently we don't want to create the class. We will discuss more about the class in coming videos, but as of now we don't want to create the class. What we want to just utilize this module method. So in that case, what we need to do, we need to import, and what we need to import, we need to import my module. And here what you can do, you can directly write like as module. So if I will copy and paste it, we can see like we can see it here, it is giving, and here I'm just print it, and when I will print it, it will obviously give the result of as a 3. So here you can see in the right hand side it is giving the output as 3. So this is the way, means if any module you want to utilize, just import that and then you can do accordingly. Now the other thing, we are importing currently like this. If you want to import from my module, so my module and import, if you want the specific file, for an example add, if you want, so what you can do, so it's basically capital add. If you want to import only one method, then you can directly import like this, and here no need to write anything. And if you want to import everything, you can put the star, so that will also start, means it will work. In that case, no need to write. For multi also, like for an example here, if I will use multi, so in that case it is going to work. Let me copy this method so it will not give any compilation error. So here you can see we can do it, but if I will write add, then for multi we have to write. So it's up to you how you want to import that particular module things. But if you want to utilize other module, function, variable, anything, first we have to import and can utilize. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss about some of the special variable called underscore name in the Python. So Python has many special variables and methods. So these are comes with the double underscore, either the variable or method. So here you can see these are the double underscore is there, and with that these special method comes in the picture. Now here we are going to discuss about the underscore name. What is the use of that one? So if you have worked or seen the other applications like Java, C# and other C++, so everywhere we have the main method, means that is the point of execution of every application. In the Python is basically indicate whether a Python script is being run on its own or imported as a module. What is the meaning of that? So let's first print. What I'm going to do, let me print underscore main. So here what I'm going to do, name. So this I'm going to write. Now when I will run this, you will see when I will run this, here it is coming, this is the main method. Same thing when I try to do in the mod also, and when I will run, here also it is saying the name. And for more clarification, I'm saying like this is my module and this is practice module. So when I will run from here, it is saying practice main, and when I will run from here, it will say my module main. Means what is the definition of the name? Is basically it indicate whether a Python script is being run on its own, means from the same class or same file, or it is imported as a module. So when I click on this, means here you are seeing run my module. So when I'm running it, it is saying it is running from this, so that's why it is a main. What if I try to, here what I try, I just import. So import my module. When I will import here, when I will run this, you are seeing two things. my module is giving my module, and practice is giving the main method. Means when I'm running from here, you can see run practice. When we are running from here, so for this one, it will say the main method, and this my module is basically we are not running from there, but we have written the name. So it is give the basically module name or the file name. Similar way, when I will run from here, let me import practice. When I will run here, so what will happen? For my module, it will give main, and for practice, it will give the practice, means that file name. So same thing you can see. Since it is running, means it is calling here also I have imported. That's why it is reading that also. So this way it is doing. Now, when we use it, so for an example, you have a couple of the conditions. Okay, so what I will do, let me get rid of from here and let me rerun it again. And here, what I want, let me put if this name is equal to what I will say main, then only print hello or some logic. So what I want like this logic, or it should print only the case when I have like name equal to main. Otherwise, no need to print this one. So when I will run this, we can see it is printing hello because I'm running from here. But when I will run from here, it is not printing hello. So in such kind of the scenario, what we do, we use the main method, means this name basically we do here. So that's the thing, we are using this name special variable. So that is the use of this name special variable. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss about the OOPS concept. So if we talk about the OOPS in the different languages like Java, C++, or C# or many others, everywhere this concept is very famous. Reason, it provides a structured way of programming. Like it is basically give a benefit of handling the project very smoothly with many developers. So OOPS concept is basically a programming paradigm based on the concept of the object, which can contain both data and method. So in this world, if we talk, everything is an object. For an example, currently you are seeing in the mobile or the laptop. So this is also a combination of objects, means we have the keyboard, we have the screen, we have the mouse, wire. So every object will become a, basically it give a class kind of. So it is a structured way. Every object or every part like basically doing their operation. So this is the way it is very helpful. So in that scenario, Python is also provides the facility of OOPS here. Now for an example, like when we are doing program, we can't do everything in one class. We have to separate it. We have to segregate it as per the module, and under the module we have to separate it again. For an example, you are creating a hospital management system. In that we have the so many department, doctor department, patient department, billing department, and lab department kind of. And every department means those are the different module. And inside that we have to separate. Like if we are talking about the doctor, then that particular doctor who is the specialist on a particular thing. So again the separation. So this is the structure. So that OOPS provide. If we talk about the concept under the OOPS, so we have a couple of the things like classes. We have the object. Class is basically a kind of an encapsulation. It contains the data, methods, variable, many things. We'll discuss every and each topic in coming videos where we will see everything with an example. If we talk about the concept, we have the attribute methods, we have the inheritance, we have the polymorphism, we have the encapsulation abstraction. So these are the main concept comes under the OOPS. So from the coming videos, we will start working on one by one concept of this one. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss about the class and object in Python, which is the first point of this OOPS concept. So first, let's understand what is the class, and then we will see what is the object. So if I will say class is basically a combination, it's basically type of an encapsulation. So I will say class is a type of encapsulation. What is the meaning of the encapsulation? Anyhow, we will see in detail encapsulation in coming video, but in one line, it's basically a combination. It's a combination of attribute. Now first, what is the attribute? Means the variables. Means whatever we defined like int a kind of, means if any kind of the number we are assigning, that's the variable string we are assigning. So it's a combination of the variables, or I will say the methods. So method or function, both are the same thing. Either you call it method or the function, both are the same thing, means both the things work in the same way. So it's a combination of the attribute and the method. So this is basically a class. Now other thing, what is the object? So object is an, so if I will say object, so object is the instance of the class. Means if I want to use that class again and again, so how I can use? I can use it using the object. So it is created using the class and can access the attribute and method defined in the class. So that is the purpose of the object. So let's understand these two with an example. So now I'll get rid of these two, and what I will say, let's create the class. So how we create the class? So to create the function, we write the def. Similar way, to create the class, we use the class keyword. Now after that, we have to give the class name. So I will say my class name is add, or I will say like calculator. So I'm just giving my class name calculator, and then we have to put the colon. So this is my class is defined. Now whatever I will write, I will start writing here. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to create the variable, as it is a combination of the attribute or the variable and the method or the function. So what I will say, how I can define it? I can define like a equal to 5. So this is my variable, and if I will create the method, so how I can create the method, like def, and here I'm giving the method of add and bracket. So when I press bracket, you are seeing self. By default, one parameter is coming. What is the meaning of that? So the thing is, here self is basically indicating like this add is a part of the calculator class. So if you want to access this add method, you have to access it through the class. It's not like free method. It's a part of this calculation. So this is a default one. You have to write it. And here what I'm going to say, I'm going to say as of now like hello. So this is I'm printing now. How I can access these method, or I will say the class. How I can access? So to access this class, now if we talk about the different languages, so what we do, we used to create the object of every class to access. Now for an example, here I'm saying a equal to 6. So Python compiler automatically understanding like this 6, it is an integer. How we can prove that? We have seen in the previous videos also, like type of a. So when I will run this first, we are seeing it is an integer because it is defining. Similar way, what I will say cal equal to calculator, means I'm just saying it's an object of this class. So cal is an object of this class. Now how I can access this add method or the variable? So to access it, what I can do, there are two ways we can do. First, let's do it using the calculator dot add. Now here when I will run this, okay, let me run this method first. Here we are seeing one error, and if we talk about this error, it is saying this add is missing one required potential argument. And what it is expecting? It is expecting self, means it is expecting the object. So self, we can say self is the object, and object of what? The same class object, basically same class object. So one parameter is missing here. Now what is the object of this class? This is the this. Now when I will put this, now all the error is gone, and when I will run this, you are seeing hello, it is working. If you will see the type of this cal, you will see, okay, let's print here, print, and I will say type of cal. what it will be. Let me run this and check. You are seeing its class means main we have seen, and calculator means it's an object of the calculator class. So this is the way we define it. Another way, here we are passing the object, but what else we can do? Instead of calling this one, I can directly call through the object cal dot. Here you are seeing it is expecting a variable and the add. In that case, if you are directly calling with the object name, so here you are calling directly with the object name, that time in this method you no need to pass anything. Here you can see both the time it is printing hello because 2 times we are calling. If I want to access variable a, so through that object we can directly dot a. When I will run this, you are seeing it is printing 5. So this is the way, means as many methods you will creating inside this class, you can access through the object, whatever the object you are going to create. So this object is responsible for this one. Similar way, I can create multiple objects. For an example, here cal1 equal to calculator. Yes, we can create multiple method. Okay, let me put calculator. We can create multiple objects, and with this cal1 we can even call add method as well. When I will run this, 3 times hello will print, and we can see this is for last one. So what is a class? Class is basically a combination of the variables and the method. And how we define the class? First we have to write the class keyword and then class name and then colon, and just define whatever you want. Either you want method you want or variable you want. If we are going to create any method inside the class, we have to use self is a default one. When I will put this one, it is going to give error, and you can see this error as well. So one default parameter is needed. If you want extra parameter, like I want to pass some number, so you write it here a. Everywhere it will give the error, obviously, because it's expecting the extra parameter. When I will run this, it will work. Anyhow, we will discuss more about, okay, so here also we have to pass. Anyhow, we will discuss about these parameter in brief in the coming video, but here the agenda is to understand how we create the class, how to access class method of the variable through object, so that we have seen in this video. So attribute, basically, as I told you, it's a variable defined in the class, and method is basically kind of a function which is defined the class using the self. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss about the special variable called init. So if I talk about the special variable, means it starts from double underscore init. In the previous videos, we have already discussed about another special variable called name. If you didn't watch that, please I recommend watch that first. So what is the init? So before understanding of this one, let's go to this program, and in the previous video where we discussed about the class and object. Now if you're coming from the different application background, like programming background like C#, Java or C++, we have the one concept of the constructor. Now what is the constructor? So constructor is basically like when we create an object of a class, by default it call one constructor, means that constructor is default calling, means that constructor will call in any case. So that is called the default constructor. Here to call, basically we use this init. So let me define it first, then we will understand more about this one. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to, okay, let's get rid of these parameter because this we not needed as of now. Let me get rid of this as well. What I'm going to do, I'm going to create the constructor, or I will say I'm going to define the init special variable. So how we do? Def double underscore init, and you are seeing self. Everything means inside the class, if we are going to define anything, self will come because it indicates it's a part of this particular class. Indirectly, I will say this self is basically and take the object of the same class. So that's what it is talking. Now here inside this one, when I will print anything and I will say first call. Now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to have now one call only, and here I will say call dot add. So this add. Now what we are expecting, actually we are calling, so it should call this only. But here the thing is, first it will call this method. And the reason why it will call this method, because this is the default one which will call before any method or any operation which we are going to do. Because internally what it is doing, it call first this constructor kind of. So I will say constructor, generally we don't call it, but for your understanding I'm just writing like it's kind of in a constructor which call by default, and it call by default at first time. So now let me take it this side. Now when I will run this, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to run this practice. So you are seeing first call, it is calling that method at the first time. Now here we are getting, and what error it is giving, it is saying, so let's check, like object has no attribute called add. So it is saying there is no object. Okay, so the problem of this one is basically again the indication. So what I'm going to do, let me take it into, and we can see one usage of this one, and the use, if you will click on this one, it is will going to point this one. When I will run this, you are seeing first time it is calling this method, means this constructor, or I will say the init special variable, it is calling first time. Here you can see. So as many as you will see. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to call it, means another object I'm going to create, and here what I'm going to do, this time I'm not calling any method, I'm just creating the object. And when I will run this, you are seeing still it is calling this method, means once you create the object of that class, by default it will call this init method. Now what I will do, I'm going to define some of the method inside this variable. So how I will define, I will say a comma b. So that's what I'm going to define it. Now I want to use these variable inside this one. So how I can like call those. So the calling of these methods, we have to use the self dot a, and here you can take it as a like, or let me change the name. So what I'm going to take, I'm going to take num1 and num2, and here also let me first take num1 and I'm going to assign the num1. Similar way, I'm taking one more parameter, that is num2, and here I'm using. So the thing is here, how we are creating the variable using the self, and we are assigning these value here. Now these variable I want to utilize inside this one. So how I can do, so instead of this, if I will take directly num1 plus num2, you are seeing it is giving error, because anything we are going to access, we have to use it in object, like from which object it is coming. So object means we have to use with the self1, and here we have to use the self2. So this way we have to use it. And now when I will run this code, you are seeing, okay, first error is coming, and the reason is obvious why error is coming, because now this constructor or init special variable expecting two parameter. Self is the default one we have discussed in the previous video. Apart from that, we have to pass two more variable values. So we have to pass, for an example, 2,3 and 5,6. Now when I will run this, here you will see first call will be when we are creating the object, then 5. So this is, it is printing from here, and then first call, we are not calling any method from here, so only printing this one. Then I change this name. Here if I will say num5 and num6, so here you are seeing it is giving error for this one, because these are the now local variable, means I can use these variable as in local. So here if I will change it to the number 5 and 6, when I will run, giving the same answer. So these are the only assignment which is coming from calling the object, and where we are assigning, these are the local variable. These are coming as a parameter, and these are the local variable which I will use throughout the class. So this is the purpose of the init, means if you are in your application, by default you want to call that particular thing, particular message, particular logic or anything What means you want, if I will create an object, that time only that particular operation should work. In that kind of the scenario, we can go with this special variable called init. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss about the type of the variables and method which we have in the Python. If we talk about the variables, so we have two type of the variable called instance variable and the class variable. We call them as static variables as well. And if we talk about the method, then we have the three type: instance variable, instance method, class method, and static method. So here the static methods are the different. The way of calling them is different here. So let's go to the application and let's try to understand first the variable. So what I will do here, I will create a one class, and this class name I will give as a calculator. And here what I will do, I'll just create a one constructor, or I will say the init method, and inside this one what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a one number, and that is the self dot, here I will say num1 equal to 10. So this I have defined here. Now what I will do, when I try to create an object of this calculator class here, so this is the object I'm going to create here, and let me create another object also, and let's give this calculator. Now when I will try to print it, so here print c1 dot num1. So this I'm going to print it. And other thing, let me print for c2 also. So print c2 dot num1. So in that case, when I will run this, what will be the output? Output will be the same, because this is the variable, or the instance variable is like depend on the object. Means the call for this c1 is different with the c2. Means if I will change anything for c1 dot num1 equal to 5, it will not affect for c2 object. When I will run this, you can see. So these are the instance variable. Means if we are using, so instance variable, if we are using any variable with the self, means those are instance variable. Those are dedicated to that particular object. Now here what I will do, I'll take another variable, and this name I will give num2, and I'll assign the 6. Now in that case, what will happen, this name is basically dedicated to the class level. Means how many methods or variable I am having, it is labeled to the, means it is class level variable. So here how I can check that. So c1 dot num2, when I'm going to do this, and similar here c2 dot num2. When I will try to run this, here you are seeing 5 6, and here okay, we have the extra bracket, that's what is coming. Let me run this again. Here we have 5 6 and 10 6. So you can see this num2 value is the 6, means it is coming across the all object. So this is called the class level variable. Class level variable. Now if I will change, for an example, these class level variable we can access through the class name only. So calculator dot num2 is equal to, if I will say 11. Now what will be the value? When I will run this, you can see it is affecting both the object. So that is the difference. Instance variable is dedicated to the object, but these class level variable is dedicated to the like the whole class. Means it don't depend on the object, it change the value across the class label. So that is the difference. Similar way, if we talk about the methods, is also the same thing. Here also we have the instance method. Now if I will talk about the instance method, so here instance method is the same, like add, if I will do here. So, and if I will say print, and here I will say add comma num. So how we have to use it? We have to use self dot num1. Similar way we have to use self dot num2, because these are the variable in the class. If you want to access, this is the way to access using the self. So this method is also instance method. Reason, because this it is expect the object. Self means object. So we can access this add method on the with the object name only. So if I will say, so let me get rid of this variable now. Let me comment. So here, what I will do, I'll just comment everything from here. And now what if I want to access it? So if I will say c1.add, so here you will see it is dedicated to that particular object, and accordingly it is giving the data. Now what if I will try to access it through .add, and when I'll try to access it, calculator with the name, we are seeing like it is expecting one argument, and what it is expecting basically the object. But I don't want to pass the object, I want to make it on the class level. So to make it on the class level, what we have to do, first we have to get rid of this self, or let me create another method for this one. So what I will do, I will say def, and I will say subtract, and instead of putting the self here, what I will do, I will put the CLS. So means that is the class level method, and here I have to decorate it with attribute called class method. So it is telling us, now let me copy this to make it fast. What I will do, I'll take subtract, and here I will just put the minus. So when I will try to access it, now we can't use here these variable. And how I can use, can we use like this? No, we can't access it like this. So to access these things, instead of self, what we have to do, we have to use the class level, means CLS, we have to use it. So this way. And now instead of calling that add method, I will call this sub, and through that you are seeing it is not giving error. But when I will try to run this, you are seeing it is giving one error. And what is that? The calculator has no attribute called num1. Did you mean num2? Means this num1 is basically a instance variable. It's not the, what I say, the class level variable. So when I will remove this one and let me run this, so we can see the subtract is 6. If you want to pass, you can pass any value as well, like this one, and here you have to pass like 2, so that you can do. Yeah. So this is the way we can pass the class level variable. So let me write it class level variable, and this is the instance variable. So what is the difference between instance and class level variable? We have to use CLS instead of self, and here we have to decorate with the @class method. Now the next thing means this is basically the class level variable is basically on the class level if we talk. But what if I want, like I don't want to use the class level variable. There is a situation where I want to create a method that not depend on anything. Then how we can define that? In such case, means I don't want to pass the CLS, self, I don't want to pass anything. Just I want to create that method for printing something or anything like, okay, multiply. But I want to pass my own variable. So a comma b. In that case, what I will do, let me print it, and a multiply b, and let me put it as a multi, and this I don't want to like make it as a CLS or the instance variable. So what I will do here, I will write just static method. In that case, this method will call as a static method. So that what we talk about static method. Now the way of calling is the same with the class name only. So calculator dot, here we will have multiply. So multiply, here we can pass 2 multiply 3. When I will run this, you are seeing multi is coming with the 6. So this is the multi level. So class method is basically used when you need to work with the class level data or need an alternative constructor. Static method used when you need to a method that doesn't rely or on modified class or instance data, but logically belong to the class. In that case, we can access? Can we access a num1 here? So let's try. So self dot this, it is applicable? No. Even with the CLS also, can we access? No. So in that kind of the scenario means you are not relying on any method of the here, then in that case just go with the static method. So this is the way like we define different type of the methods and the okay, different types of the methods or the variables. So these are the three types which we have seen. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss about the nested class in Python, or we can say inner class in Python. What is the meaning of the nested class or inner the class? Means a class inside a class, that is called the nested or the inner class. So let's understand it with an example. So what I'm going to do first, I'm going to create a one class, and this class name I'm giving as in company. Now this class has one constructor, and that is this in itself, and it take one parameter called name. And here what I'm going to do, I'm going to print it self.name. So self.name, and here I'm going to give any name means which is coming. So this is the method means constructor I have created. Now the thing is here what I'm doing, let's create one method, and that's the tab show company. So this method I have created and self because it's an instance method, and I'm going to print the name means, so let's print company name, and here I'm just saying self.name. In that case, when I will try to create the object of this class, so what I will do, I'll create an object, so comp or cmp equal to company, and here cmp.show company. And at point of this time, okay, first we have to pass the company name, so I'm passing .NET Office. So let's run this first. When I run this this, we are seeing the name which we are seeing. So we are showing all the company information. Now what I want to show the employee information as well. So there are different ways. Either I can pass in this as in constructor, I can pass what is the company name either with the loop or anything, or I can create a different module or different class, then with the object we can manage. Or what we can do, we can create a different class, another class inside this class. So at a time, all the related class will be at the same position. So how we can do that? So what I can do, here what I will do, I'll create another class, and this class name I will give as an employee. And inside this one, let's create its constructor as well. So for this also we can create a constructor. Now it will take some parameter like emp name, and we can have like emp id. So these two I can take here. Now this we can print self.emp name is equal to emp name, and self.emp id is equal to emp id. So these are the two things. And here what I'm going to do, I'm going to define method called show employee, and here this is the method, and here what I'm going to do, I'm going to print, and let's do, and inside this one employee name, and let's define it as a self.employee name, and comma employee id is self.employee id. So this I'm going to show. In that case, okay, first let's create one more method, and here what I'm going to do, I'm going to create def, and I'm saying access company. So this method also I'm creating, and inside this one what I'm going to do, first let's keep this method as it is, and I'm going to just print empty. I'm not doing anything extra. So what I have done, first I have created a company method, company class. Inside that we have constructor and one method, and inside that we have created another class. Now the thing is, this class, how we can access this class? So there are two ways. this class will be accessible using the self only because it is inside this one. So what I will do here, I can do self dot emp equal to employee. So can we do like this? So directly we cannot get it. How we have to get it? We have to use the self dot employee. So this is the way we can access it. Now everything of this method or anything of this class will be accessible through this one. How we can access? So currently we are having the name and we are passing like this employee. How we can get? So to get that, how we can do? So cmp dot emp, you can see, and inside that show employee you can get. Now what will happen? This method, okay, so currently if I will put a break here brackets, here what we have to do, we have to pass the name. So for an example, here I'm saying the abc comma 1, and it is automatically taking. Either you can take these variables through this also, that is also fine. When I will run this, you are seeing it is calling both the method, means company name is .NET Office and employee name. So it is coming like this, or like currently we are calling it with the parent object. Or what you can do, you can just write cmp dot employee, and here you can directly call that employee. So here what we have to do now, so here not with the object, what I'm trying to say is, if I want to directly call this one, then how we can do? You can directly call with this. So cmp dot employee, so this is the class. Now we have to pass the parameter. For an example, here I'm just passing like the employee name is xyz, and the employee id I'm just passing 2, and from here emp dot show employee, you can directly call like this also. When I will run this, you are seeing it is calling as expected. So this method we are calling with the parent object, and this what we are doing, we are just directly creating an object of this employee and then we are calling it. So this is the way also we can do it. Now what will happen? Okay, another thing is, if you want to call any method from here, you can directly call from here as well. How? Self dot and emp dot and show employee. That is the also way you can just directly call it. Because the thing is, you have to pass the parameter. So currently it is not expecting anything because we are in the constructor itself, we are passing this one. If both the like this one and this one has the same method name also, but we can differentiate. Obviously the reason is with the object, with the self only. So this is the way the nested class works. Means we have the parent class, inside that it has their respective like constructor, method, variable, anything. If you want to create the inner class or the nested class, just inside this one create another class and create their respective logic. The way of calling is will be the parent object. Through the parent object only you can call either this way, means directly call that class inside this what I say the constructor, or directly you can call the object also. Through that also you can do it. So this is the way we can create the nested classes in Python. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss about the inheritance. Inheritance is the most important part of the OOPS concept. So let's understand what is the inheritance. So inheritance allow a class, means for an example, we have a parent class and the child class. So inheritance allow a class to inherit attribute and the method. Attribute means variables, methods means functions. So it allow a class attribute and method to the another class, and the main purpose of this one is for the reusability. For an example, you are creating a one class. In that class you created couple of the method, and like those method, you know, like every time we have to use it. So but you want to create the different classes. For an example, you are having a car manufacturing company. In that we have to decide the colors, like we have to define the color of that particular class. So just we have to pass that particular color name and it will do according to the functionality. But you have the different type of the car, like we have the SUV kind of a car, we have four-wheeler, we have two-wheeler, any kind of. But color is the main and the common thing. So what we can do, we can create a one parent class called color, and in that related method we will declare. But like the different classes which we are having, like for the SUV car, four-wheeler, two-wheeler kind of, there what we will do, we will inherit that color class and accordingly we will manage. Means that color logic we no need to write again and again in every kind of the classes. So the inheritance is basically we use it for the reusability. Now let's understand it with an example. So if we talk about the like the type of this is basically first is the single level inheritance and another is the multi-level inheritance. And if I talk third type, that is the multiple inheritance. So these are the three types of the inheritance which we have in the Python. So first let's understand the single level inheritance, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a one class A. So for that one, first what we have to do, we have to define, and here I'm going to do class A. So this is my class, and here what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a one method, and I'm giving that method name as a method1, and here this will be the self, we know. And here what I'm going to do, I'm going to print, we can print anything like method1 called. So I'm saying class A method1. So that's what I'm defining. Now here what I will do, I'll create another class. So class B, and here I'm just creating def and method2. So this here I'm creating method2, or let's create the method1 only. If we want method1, I'm just creating, and inside this one I'm saying print, because class method name can be the same in both the classes. So class B, and here I'm saying again method1. And here what I'm going to do, I'm going to create one more method. So def, and I'm saying method2, and inside that let's print class B method2. So these two methods I have created. Now for an example, at point of this time, when I will create an object of the CLS B is equal to class B, and here you will see CLS B dot. When I will see, we will see the method okay, CLS B dot. So here I'm seeing only two methods called method2 and method1, and here in the right hand side you are seeing it is both are indicating to the class B, means these are calling on the class B method. So if I will call at point of this time with method1, and what I will do, I'll just run at point of this time. So what it will print? It will print the method1 logic, and that is obvious. You can see here class B method1. Now what I want, like this method I want to utilize of method1 here. So how I can inherit this? So to inherit, what we have to do, we have to put a bracket here, and here we have to give the class name. In that case, when I will run this, so for an example, when I will run this, it is calling this class B method1, but it will be accessible. For an example, here what I'm going to do with this, you are seeing method1 and method2. So at point of that time, it will call the method1. But the thing is here, for an example, this, see, if both the classes are calling with the same method, in that case, it will give the preference to the object of the class which we have created. It will call to that method only. Here, for an example, here if I will comment this one, for an example, I don't have method1. In that case, if you will see, if I will say method, okay, so let me call method1, and here you are seeing it is indicating to the class A. So when I will run at point of this time, it is saying class A method1. So this is called the single level inheritance. Means if I want any feature of the class, means a different class, then what we can do, we can inherit and we can utilize with the object of that class. Now the thing is here, this is the child class and this is the parent class. So child class can get access everything of the parent class but can't do with the parent class. For an example, here what I will do, I'll just change the class A object. Now in that case, can I get the method 2? No. So let's define it dot method 2. See, here it is not saying, but in that case forcefully if I will write it and when I will try to run this, it will give an error. And what it is saying, class A object has no attribute method 2. Did you mean method 1? So this is the way what we have. We have this inheritance concept, and at point of this time class B is inheriting, means class A is inheriting in the class B. So we are able to utilize the method of the class A. Now there's one more thing. For an example, here I create one method def, and I'm just saying method, just simply I'm just saying method, and here we have one keyword called pass. What is the meaning of the pass? For an example, you want to define a method but you don't want to write anything, any logic inside that, then in that case you can write the pass. Can I call this method? So if I will put this one and when I will run this, you are seeing we can call. Since we didn't write anything in the inside this one, that is why it is blank. So this way also you can define the method, that is the variable. So this is the single level inheritance. Now in case of the multi-level inheritance, what I will do, here I will create another class, and this class name I'm going to say class, and I'm just saying class C. So this class name I'm going to give here, and here what I can do in the case of this, I will inherit a class B, and here I will say print. No, instead of print, let me create a method def, and here I'm just saying method 3, and here I'm just saying to print. So what I'm saying, class C method 3. So in that case what will happen? So this is the child class of the B. So this class C can take any method of the class. It can have the method of the class A also, class B also, and class C as well. So in that case, when I will create an object of class C here, now in that case what I will do, I want to call the method 1, that is the class A. So here you can see it is indicating class A method 1, class B method 2, and class C method C. So any method which you want to call, you can easily call this one. So this is called the multi-level inheritance, means B is inheriting A and C is inheriting B. So this is the child class. In that case, it can take any method of any class A. So this is the multi-level inheritance. Another is the multiple inheritance, and that is the third point. What is the multiple inheritance? In that case, what I'm saying, I'm not inheriting class B with the class A. And here class B, what I'm going to say, I'm going to inherit it with the class A and comma class B. In that case, this is the multiple inheritance, means we are inheriting this class from the two classes. In that case, can I run this one? Object is the class C. When I will try to run this, you can see we can access it, but we can't access. Okay, so in that case, now let's call the method 2, because we are inheriting with the class B also. So now if I will say method, you are seeing we are seeing the method 2 also. When I will run this, we can see this method. So this is multiple inheritance. So in case of the multiple inheritance, basically it go with the right to from the left to right, means class C, class A, and class B. What I'm trying to say is, for an example, this class B also has the same method, and when I try to call this method, which method it will call? It will call class A method or class B, because both has the same method name. So when I will run this, it will call class A method, not the class B. And the reason is, here the concept comes of MRO, and that is the method resolution order. So what I'm trying to say is MRO, method resolution order. Means if in case of the multiple inheritance, if the base classes or the parent class is sharing the same method name, in that case this class object will call the left one. Means you are seeing class A is coming before the class B. Now for an example here, if I will put the class B first, and when I will run this, in that case you are seeing it is calling class B, not the class A. So this is called the method resolution order, MRO, and it occur in case of the multiple inheritance, because at point of this time we are calling both the classes. Now in that case, let me create the constructor in all the cases. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create the constructor, and we know how to create the constructor. And here I'm just saying print and class A in it. So this way I'm just calling, and now I'll copy to make it fast. And here what I will do here, okay, let me put the class A, class B in it, and here I'm just putting class C in it. In that case, what will happen? So first, what I'm going to do, I'm just at point of this time, just forget about class C. I'm just talking about the class B and class A. And here I'm just inheriting with the class A. Just forget about for some time about the class C. And here I'm just creating an object of the class B. Now what I will do, let me comment. Okay, let me get rid of this one. In case of the class B and class A, we have the constructor in the class A only, not in the class B. And when I create the object of the class B, and here let's get rid of this method 1 also as of now. So let me comment it. And here we have the method 1 and method 2, and I'm just calling the method 2 here. So what I did, I have two classes called class B and class A, and class B is inheriting class A, and both like here class A has the constructor. So when we call it, when I will run this at point of this time, you are seeing first it is calling the constructor. So if we have the constructor and we want to call it, in that case what will happen? First it call the constructor, then it call the method. What if I will call the method 1? In that case, when I will run this, again you will see it is calling the constructor. So constructor is the priority to call any class in case of the inheritance. What if the class B also has the constructor? Then what will happen? In that case, what will happen? So in that case, first what it will do, it will give the preference to the class B. When I will run this, you are seeing it is giving the preference to the class B constructor. It is ignoring the class A constructor. So if that child class has the constructor, then it will give preference to that instead of parent class. But if the class B means the child class don't have the constructor, then first it will print the parent class constructor. In that case, there is a scenario like I want to call the class A constructor also. So can I do that? Yes, we can do it using the super. So we have the super variable, and with that what we can do, we can call. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to call that init. So for calling to that one, what we have to do is should be in a small letter. So super, and we can call this init. Here you are saying it is indicating to the class A. Even with the super, we can call the parent class method also. Means any kind of the method or the constructor you can call. When I will run this at point of this time, you are seeing first it is calling class A here, then class B in it, and then the method. Means anyhow we are calling this method, but first it is calling the init. Reason is obvious, because super we are calling before this one. That's why it is printing this. So the thing is, first it call the constructor, then whatever the logic you have written inside the constructor, then it will call that particular method. So this is the way we can use the super method as well. Now in case of the multiple inheritance, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to create the class C object. In that case, what will happen? Okay, let me get rid of this class A from here. When I will run this, you are seeing first it is calling class C in it, because we have the inheritance, means we have the constructor here, that's why. And then class A. What if I will get rid of this one? Which constructor it will call class A or the class B constructor. Then the question is, first we have the class B, then obviously it will call this constructor first. So let me comment this also, otherwise we'll get confused. When I will run this, you are seeing first it is calling the init of class B, and when I will get rid of this one, then obviously it will call that, because we are calling using the super, you are seeing. So it is the expected answer, means the result is coming. So this is the way in the inheritance we use the single level inheritance, multi-level, multiple, how we use the MRO, means the how the MRO means method resolution order works. Now for an example, here you are inheriting, you want to access that particular method from the class B or class C, then again you can use the super dot and you can see the method 1 from class A or method 2 from class B. So anything means with the, what is the, see, let's understand what is the super method. Super method is basically give us the facility to access parent class, either method or constructor or any variable, anything of the soup means parent class you want to access, just use this super method, and obviously it will go from the left to right in every cases of the inheritance. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss about the polymorphism in Python. So first, let's understand what is the polymorphism. So polymorphism, the name is says like more than one form, and it has the ability of something to have or to be displayed is more than one form. So that is a polymorphism. For an example, you are having a one method, but you want to use that method for the different ways, that is called the polymorphism. So if we talk about the polymorphism, so in the Python we have the types of it, means we have the duck typing, operator overloading, method overloading, and method overriding. So we will discuss of each and every point in detail, but first let's discuss about the duck typing. So duck typing is basically a new word if you are coming on the different programming world, like we talk about the C#, Java, or any other language. So duck typing is the new that introduced in the Python. So what is the meaning of that? So far when we were discussing about the inheritance, so in that case, what is the thing? If we wanted to reutilize the method of the parent class, then we have to inherit. So, but in the case of the duck typing, the concept is from programming that emphasize an object ability to perform specific behavior. The word is behavior, means it depends. For an example, if there are two classes and the class which has a method called execute, I want to reutilize it. Instead of inherit that, we can do the duck typing in that case. So first let's understand the concept of the duck typing. So duck typing is basically, it's a term that tell us the type of any variable at the dynamic time. So for an example, if we talk on the Python, here I take one variable called a equal to 1. So we didn't define it like internally, like it is an integer type of variable or string. Python compiler automatically detect it is an integer. Now tomorrow I want to assign something inside this one, so it will become automatically the string. If we will print, it will take this string. So we are not explicitly defining, or it is even not giving any compilation error. So Python is dynamically typed, which means that you don't need to declare the type of variable when you create it. It automatically at the runtime, it determine what kind the type of this. So in case of the duck typing is basically, it also focus on the behavior. So if we talk about the duck typing, so there is a famous line, like if it look like a duck, swim like a duck, and quack like a duck, then it probably is a duck. So as you are understanding with the line, means if everything you are seeing, it is behaving like a duck, so it will be obviously a duck. So let's understand it with an example. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to create one class here. So class I'm going to create, and this class I'm saying like class A. So this class And inside this one, what I'm going to do, I'm just creating one method called add. Now the thing is here, if I will create, okay, so I'm going to create a one method. So def add. So this method I'm going to create. Now I want to expect a like parameter here, and that parameter you can take anything. For an example, generally if we talk about the duck typing, everyone take that the name called id. You can take any variable name. It's not a specific like you need the id variable only, no. And here when I will call any method, execute for an example, and when I run this, when I will run this, you are seeing it is not giving any error. So that's the thing of this Python, means obviously it is not printing anything because we are not calling it, but it is not even giving the error. Even in this class, we didn't define that particular method also. Now what I will do, I'll create another class here, and I'm just saying like class B. And here what I'm trying to do is I'm just going to create a method, and that method I'm just creating like execute. And here what I'm going to do, I'm just going to say print class B execute method. So this I'm just writing in this way. Now the thing is, when I'll create an object of class A, and I want to call the method of class A, means obj.add. So it is expecting a parameter, and that parameter is basically expecting an ID, means it is expecting an object of a class. So which method and the object we are going to pass. So here we have to pass the object of class B. So here what I'm going to do, I'm just saying obj1 equal to class B. So that object I'm going to create here. And in this, what I will say, I will just directly pass this object. Now, when I will run this at point of this time, you are seeing it is automatically calling the class B execute method. See, here I didn't define that any execute method, but duck typing means it is automatically telling. Like, see, in case of the inheritance, what we have to do to execute this method, we have to inherit this class and then we have to do accordingly. But in case of that duck typing, we no need to do the inheritance. Just we have to pass the object of that particular class where this method is declared. But the thing is, here even you are seeing it is saying one dynamic, means we are using as in dynamic. But only the thing is matter the method name. It should match. If it will not match, then in that case it will not work, and you are seeing it is not, means it is giving the error. So in that case, now here what happened, this class A is only expecting a method, means object of a class. So here if I will create another class called class C, and here also what I will do, I'll create a method in the same. In case of the duck typing, we need the same method only here. And here I'm just saying, let me copy it to make it fast. So I'm just saying class C, and in that case, okay, there is some mismatch in the method also. Now here we are just passing the object 1. Now instead of that, what I will do, object 2, and object 2 is the class C, and I will just pass the object 2. When I will run this, you are seeing it is calling the class C. So in case of the duck typing is basically we are not touching anything inside the logic, just we have to create the method, and this will automatically, like this will automatically identify like which object we are going to pass. So duck typing allow more flexible and reusable code because it's based on what an object can do rather than its type, means it don't know about the type, just it know about the object. So this make it easier to write code that can work with a variety of different objects. So that is the use of the duck typing. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss one of the main concept of polymorphism called operator overloading. So if we talk about the operators, then we have the many operators, like we have the plus, we have the minus, and we have multiplication kind of, we have so many operator overloading. Now internally these operator overloading has their like special method, or we call them as a magic methods. So special variables, or sorry, special methods which we have discussed, that is like come with the help of the double underscore, and then we use like init, we used to have name, we used to have kind of these things. So now in this video what we are going to do, we are going to discuss about this operator overloading. Now for an example, here what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a one variable a equal to b and b equal to 2, and here what I will do, I will just say like c equal to a plus b, and when I will print this c is what it will give, it will result as in sum of 3, because it is adding. Internally what is happening, this plus sign is basically internally it is just finding a method called add, and that is the special method or the magic method. Similar way we have the different like types magic methods. So internally how it works, so for an example, these are the integers, so I will take integer dot, you will see there like special variables, we have so many. I want to use the add, it has two parameter, one is the self, means the type integer, and the value. So here what I will say, a plus b, and when I will run this one, so what it is giving error, and reason is because instead of plus we have to give the comma, because these are going as a variable. When I will run this, it is giving the output as it is. Instead of add, it has the multiplication or subtraction method as well. When I will run this, it is coming the output as expected. Similar way we have the same for the string also. Add, and what we have to do, we have to convert into the string first. So what it will do, as an add, it will concatenate these two and it is giving the output. So I mean to say like every operator internal has their method to perform that particular task. Like if we are using integer and we are just saying add method, means it is doing the addition of these two. So now for an example, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a one class, and that class name is basically calculator, and here I'm just adding a like constructor, and that is the init, and it take two parameter, one is the a and b, and inside this one I'm just saying self dot a equal to a and self dot b equal to b. These two parameter I'm just saying, okay, so self dot b equal to b, these two parameter I'm taking. And here what I'm trying to do, I'm just going to take like I'm just going to create an object of these two method, and what I'm saying, c1 equal to calculator, so calculator, and it will take 2 comma 3, and similar way I'm just creating another object and I'm just passing like 4 comma 5. Now what I want to add, so for an example c3 equal to, I want to add these two student object. Can we do that? When I will run this at point of this time, you will see it is giving error, and it is saying unsupported operand type for plus calculator, means we don't have anything for calculator to add these two objects. That's why it is giving the error. When I will say print c, it will give the errors. Similar way, like it is not supporting. So what we have to do, in that case we have to use the operator overloading. What we have to tell in this class, we have to create a method like if we see anything on the calculator class with the plus sign, perform that operation, means add those value. So in that case what I will do, I'll create a method, and obviously we have to use the special method, and that is the add. It take two parameter, one is the self, means like the object, and another is the value, other is the value. So how it will work, so for an example, when I'm going to create the object of the c1, so in that case what will happen, it will take the value, means the first value is the a, and for other one it will take another value. So it will go as in self and it will go in as an other value. So here what I will do, I'll create a like any variable we can take, for an example like m1. So m1 equal to self dot a, and I want to add with the another value which is coming, so other dot. So here what I will do, I will take the parameter, and how I will take is the a, means the value which is coming. Similar way, I will take another variable that is m2, and here also self dot b plus other dot b. So these two parameter I'm just taking here. Now what I will do, I'll take another like m3, and in this what I'm going to do, I'm going to add calculator, and in this what I'm going to do, I'm going to add these two variable, means m1 as in parameter basically, comma m2, and what I will return, I will return here m3. So this way, like what we are returning, whatever the sum is there, we are returning these two value. Now in that case, when I will run like these two I'm adding, so c3 dot, when I will run and I will print a, let's see, when I will see it is 6, and for a you can see 4 plus 2 is basically come as in 6. When I will print b and when I will run this, it is coming the 8, and even if you will run the full object of this, it is giving the object, means it's not giving the error to us. So this is the way what we can do, we can use the operator overloading. Similar way, this we have done for the add. Similar way you can explore for the multiplication, minus, subtraction, for any other magic method also. So this is the way operator overloading works. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss about the method overloading and overriding in Python. So if we talk about the method overloading and overriding, what it says, if I talk about the different languages like Java, C# and other language, so method overloading says in a class, if we have the same method name, means I have created one method with add, and I want to create another method with the same name, so the difference should be the different type or different number of the parameter. So that is called the method overloading. But this method overloading is not allowed in the Python. So what I am saying about the method overloading is, for an example, here let me get rid of this one. So in a class, assume this is a class. So here I'm creating a add method and it has a comma b, two parameter. In the same class, if I will create another method, then either we have to pass 3 parameter like this, or like it should not match with the number of parameter or different type of the parameter. For an example, here I am giving the string format, then b. So this is called the method overloading. But this concept, like in the same class, we can't create the same method name in the Python. And if I talk about the method overriding, means we can have the same method name but in the different classes, and those classes are connected with the help of the inheritance. So that we can do in the Python. So first let's understand what I'm trying to say is, for an example, here I am creating a class and I'm just giving this class name as a class A, and here what I'm trying to say is, so here what I'm trying to say is I'm creating a one method, and that method name I'm saying add, and here what I'm saying a comma b, like it take 2 parameter, and what it do, it just print a plus b. Now what I want, can I create the same method name? So first let's do def, and I'm saying add, and here what I will say, I'm just saying a comma b comma c, and what I will do, let me print, can we do that, a plus b plus c. And now when I will create an object of this class, like c1 equal to class a, so this like okay, small letter, so class A, and when I try to call c1 dot add, let me give 1 comma 2, so it is indicating this one. So here what I'm trying to say 1 comma 2, and when I will try to run this, it is saying, see, class A add missing 1 required parameter, because it is saying for which one. Okay, now if I will say this one, and when I will run this, it is giving the 6, because it is considering this method except of this one. So now means if I will say the 2 parameter here, it is not considering that, although it is indicating to that one, but when I will run this, it is not considering that parameter, means the, now for an example, instead of that I will put it here, Okay, let me do this here, and at point of that time when I will try to run this, we are seeing 3. So what I'm trying to say is it is basically considering the second means the second method with the same name I'm just calling. Now here if I will pass 3 parameter when try to run this, it is saying like it expect only 2 parameter, but we are trying to give the 3. So the second time what the method which we have written, it is considering. So I will say like it is not support the method overloading. Now the thing is, if I will talk about the method overriding, so what I will do, let me create another class, and this class name I'm just saying class B. And here what I will do, I will create a method called add, and inside this one I'm just passing a comma b. Yeah, but before that, here in the class, if I wanted to use it, then how we can do? Either we can use variable length argument. We have seen in the previous video, variable length argument means with the help of the star we can expect any parameter of that one. So we can do that part also if you want to do, or we can create a different class and then we can call that. So these are the some ways, but we don't want to in that way. Then what we have to do, we have to go this way. So print, and here what I'm going to do, a plus b. So let me do a plus b. Now what I will say, here what I will do, I'll just inherit that class a. So class a. In that case, what will happen now? Okay, first let me run this code. So when I'm saying again what it is say, okay, so we have to call the class b. Okay, let me do class b. And now when I will run this, it is saying 3, means it is expecting that one. Now what if I will say 3 parameter, and when I will try to run, it is saying like class add take 3 positional argument but given 4. So here now what I'm trying to say is, when we were learning about the concept of the inheritance, then what we are seeing, if we are calling a method with the add, if it is finding the same method in the same class, then it go with that. If it don't find that method, then what happened, it is consider the parent class, means left to right. That's what I'm saying. So it considered in that way. When I will run this, okay, so here we don't have, so what I can do, I can just write the pass, means I'm not writing anything here. When I will run this, it is like expecting, it is calling this method. So the method overriding means it's not as the general like we are overriding the method. Just what it says, if you want your own method to over this one, what we have to do, you have to create your own method, and based on that it will expect the parameter which we want to write. So this way we can implement the method overloading and method overriding. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss about the abstract class and abstract method. So if I will talk about the abstract class and abstract method, so in the Python, we can't create it as in directly like we used to have in the different language like Java, C#, in all those languages. So directly in Python, it don't support. So what we have to do, we have to use a different model called ABC model, means abstract base classes. So through that, what we can do, we can create the abstract classes. So first, let's understand what is the abstract class. So if you are coming from the different languages, program means if you are have worked in the different languages. So abstract class says like inside abstract class, if we are going to create any method, so method has the body, not the implementation. Means we don't give the implementation, and that implementation we give in the derived class. So for an example, first let's understand what I'm going to do. I'm going to create one class, and I'm just giving this class name as a class A, and inside this one I'm just creating a method like print hello. So this is my method name, and inside this method name I'm not writing anything. So what it is, here we are saying it is abstract class or abstract method basically. So is it abstract method? So what I will do, let me create an object of this class, so class A, and when I will run this, see, it is not giving any error, means it's still not an abstract class. because abstract class, we can't even create the object of that class. So still that class is not abstract class. So to make this class an abstract class, what I have to do, I have to import library, and that is the ABC library, import ABC comma abstract method. And to do that, what we have to do, first this class should be inherit from ABC. And if I want to inherit, means if I want to create this method as a abstract method, then I have to write an abstract method. So now in that case, when I will run this, it will say like can't initiate abstract class here, because now it becomes the abstract method. Now what if I will say to print something here, print like hello, and when I will try to see one dot, can I take this? When I will run this at point of this time, no, because we can't create an object for the same. So that is the abstract method. Now, but how we can utilize it? So to get the logic of this one, what we have to do, we have to create a different class. So what I will say, class B, and in this I will inherit the class A. And here, now what we have to do, for an example, let me create a method, and I'm just saying the method name is method1. Okay, so here I'm just saying method1, and I'm just passing it. Means if you want to write, you can write it also. And at point of that time, when at point of that time when I will run this, we are not getting anything. But when I will create an object of C2 equal to class B, and here what I will do, I'll just call C2 dot, I will say the method1. And when I will run this at point of this time, it is giving error because it is saying can't initiate abstract method class B without an implementation of abstract method called print hello. So that is the advantage of this one. Means if we are inheriting a abstract class in the different class, then it is compulsory, it is mandatory to give the implementation of this logic. Okay, let me get, so here what we have to do, we have to give the implementation, means some logic we have to write for this method. So that is mandatory. What I will do here, I will say def, and same method name should be there, so print hello. And here what I will do is self, and I will say print hello. And when I will run this at point of this time, you are seeing it is not giving anything, and reason is obvious because in the method one we didn't write anything. So to do that, print here, what I will do, I will write method one, and let me get rid of this one. And when I will run at point of this time, you are seeing the method one. Instead of that, I can call even print hello also. And when I will run this, you will see hello. So this is the way. Means if we are creating abstract class and inside that abstract method, so first thing, abstract method. So I will say abstract method has only method declaration, not implementation. So this is the thing with the abstract method. But the implementation, where we'll give the implementation. So implementation we gave in the derived class, or I will say child class. So that is the important of this thing. Now where we generally use such kind of thing. So these abstract like classes and all these things, we used to define a consistent interface for a group of related classes. For an example, you are going to create again I'll take an example of the car manufacturing company. So you have to like every car when it's going for the production, what we have to do, this car should have the wheels, this car should have the some color, so kind of these things. So in that case, sometime what happened, we forgot to implement some functionality. But such kind of the method, what we can do, just write in the abstract class and inherit that class. So end user will not able to forget those method, means those method is need to implement. So in such kind of the scenario, we go with the abstract classes and abstract method. So you can learn more on this one. You can create different classes and can try from your end as well. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to discuss about the multithreading. So what is the meaning of the multithreading? So means at a time if we want to perform many operation, then in that case this multithreading help. For an example, you are seeing or working on a computer. So at a time you can do what you can do, like you can play your Google Chrome, you can start working on MS Word, and you can perform some other operation at this time only. So how it work in back end, what happened, like every operation which we are going to do, it assign one thread, and that thread is basically responsible to perform that particular task. So thread, if we talk in the general terms, so that is the lightweight process, means it's a process which is very light and it perform every operation simultaneously, means it not depend on each other, and it work at a time, means simultaneously it work. So let's understand it with an example. So what I will do here, I will create a class, and this class, okay, first let me create the class A, and inside this one what I will do, I will create a method and I will say count. And this one, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a for I in, and here I'm taking the range of 10. So this I'm taking here, and I'm just saying print I. So this I'm going to print here. Now another, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create one more class here, and let's create class B, and inside this also what I'm going to do, I'm going to create the another method, or the same method, I will say count, and inside this one the same logic I will write, like it is also printing 1 to 10. So this way, okay. So to differentiate it, what I will do here, let me, instead of this one I will say, otherwise 1 0 we will not understand. Here I will say it will print hello, and here it will print hello 2. So it is going to print. Now at point of this time, when I will do, I'll create an object of C1 equal to class A, and here I will do C2 class B, and C1 dot, I will say count, and C2 dot count. And when I will run this at point of this time, you will see first it is printing all the value of the like class A, and then it is printing for the class B. Means one by one execution is happening. But what I want the execution simultaneously. So how we can do that? We can do it using the threads. Or so to implement that thread, first what we have to do, we have to import a file package, I would say, and that package is the basically threading. So threading, and I will say import, and that will be the star, means everything we need. And what we have to do, we have to inherit that class from the thread, and same we have to do here. So once I will inherit this class, what if I will run this first? If I will run this, you are seeing the output is the same, means it is the printing in the same way. So currently this class is not attached with the thread, means the class is attached to the thread but not method. So what we have to do here, instead of calling that method, what we have to do, we have to start it. So for an example, here what I will do, I'll just start it. So C1 dot start we can do, because now we are inheriting from this, and same goes for this. So at point of this time, when I will run this, so here currently what is happening, like it is not finding this method, and the reason is because internally this thread has the run method. So what I will, if I will change it to the run method, so here also what I will do, I will change to the run method. You can define your method with the thread also, but here I'm just going with this method first. So when I will run this, you are seeing like still it is giving the same output. And so what I will do, I will just do a slip, and I will just say for 1 second, and here what I will do, I'll just import it from time and import slip. So slip 1, and when I will say slip, here also I will put the slip 1. And when I will run at point of this time, you are seeing currently it is printing 1 by 1, like hello, hello 2, hello, hello 2. like one by one, means both the threads are working simultaneously, and we can see it is giving the result as well. Means now every thread has their separate task of work. Means for an example, this thread is responsible for this method, one thread is responsible for this method. Now for an example, here what I want to do, I want to print like end process, and when I will run this at point of this time, you are seeing end process is printed here only, but as of now the process is not completed. So in that case, what we have to do, we have to use the join, and same goes for c2.join. And when I will run at point of this time, you are seeing like this end process will print at the last. So in a minute you will see that. So once all the tasks will perform, you are seeing end process is coming at the last. And here what is happening, this join tells like perform the last operation whatever is coming, then when all these tasks will be completed. So these method is telling, join method is basically tell that information, like once it complete then only proceed to the another one. So this is the way is working. But here you are seeing here some method is printing with that only, means so what is happening on these two, means currently we are running with the two thread, both the thread is hitting same time these method. So that's the reason like it is printing at the same way. So to get rid of this one, what you can do, you means here what you can do, you can just put a slip also. Means if you want, here just you can put for like 5 millisecond. If I will put, in that case what will happen, it will not going to do, means we are just giving the time. But in the big applications where like some method takes some time, in that scenario this multi-threading is very helpful. So currently here we define it using this run, means that is the internal method. So that we have done. What if I want to create a different method and I want to call that one? So in that case, okay, so to understand it in the different way, what I will do, I'll just get rid of these first classes. Okay, and here what I will do, let me create one method, and this I'm just saying print num, and what I'm going to take any name here, and let's print for I in, and I will say range of 5. So this I'm going to take here, and then print, I'm just saying like f, and here I'm saying thread name, and I'm saying is printing of I. So this what I'm saying. Now what I will do to call this one, what I will create an object of the thread. So first I will say thread1 equal to, and here I will say threading dot thread, and inside this one what it take, first it take the target, means for which method we are going to print. So print num, here we have to pass the parameter. So instead of this, how we pass the parameter, comma args, and inside this one what I will say, I'll say like I'm just passing the a. So this what we have to do. Now for an example, if I want to create another object, then what I will do, I'll copy this one and I will print, means paste here, and 2, and I'm just saying b, and let's start. So what I will say, thread 1 dot start and thread 2 dot start, these two methods. And if you want, we can join also, thread 1 dot join and thread 2 dot join as well. So this we can do. So at point of this time, when what I will do, when I will try to run this, so when I will run this, so you are seeing thread A is printing 0, thread B is printing 0, then thread A. And the reason is obvious. If we will put the slip here, for an example, after every call, if you want, you can do the slip for 1 second, and here you can do the slip for like 0.5. And when I will run this, here it is thread A is printing 0, thread B, thread A. So it is working simultaneously, and this is the way what we can do. We can call even the method also. So this is the way the multi-threading works in the Python. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Hello everyone. So here we have come to the end of this series, and in this last video we are going to discuss about some of the external libraries in Python. So Python is very famous. The reason is it gives the vast range of library for the various tasks. And if we talk about some of the libraries, so like we have the Numpy that we have already seen, and we have the Pandas. So Pandas basically it is used to manipulate the data. For an example, I want to read the data from an Excel. So what we can do, we can go with the Pandas. Apart from that Panda, we have the other library also like Dask we are having. So those, there are so many ways. What you can do if you want to try, just hit and try with the different libraries and see which library take how much time with the vast data. We have the plotly. So this is library useful for visualization of the data. We have the request library. The purpose of this to making HTTP request ideal for interacting with the API. So you nothing no need to do. You have to import the request and then request.get. Just put that API name and it will automatically get the data for you. We have the skitlearn, like it's basically machine learning tool and the algorithm. Apart from that, we have the Flask, we have the Danjo. So Flask is basically to create the API, Danjo to create the web development framework. So we have the so many libraries to work differently. So if we talk about a little bit about the Panda, so like in the previous video, if you are following me, so like you have seen in the previous video, we were reading the data, and when we run, like this is the code to read the data from a text format. So and I have written some line of sentence there, and when I run this, we can see it is giving the output which is written there. So in that video, we have seen like how to append the data, how to write the data, all those stuff. Now for an example, if I want to read it using the Panda, then what we have to do? So for such kind of the things, first what we have to do, we have to install the Panda from the package. So if I will go here and I need to search the Pandas. So this is the library name called Panda. So when, okay, so let me search it again. So Pandas, and here I will install it, and let me take the latest version only. So here you will see it will take some time to install it. So here you are seeing it is taking time to install that one. So it is installing basically the package related to the Panda. So now here you can see package Panda installed. So to check this one, what I will do, I will just go here and packages basically. So here you see in installed, we are having this Pandas also. So we have this library. Now what I will do, I will import it. So how you can import, I'll get rid of this one. And to import it, what we have to write, import. And what library we are importing? We are importing Pandas, and I'm giving the alias name as in PD. Now in my directory, I have one Excel file, and that Excel file is having the data. Means basically I want to read that particular Excel file. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write file path, and here I will give that path here. So file path is this, and here I have this Excel. Now what I want to do, I want to read this data. So what I will do, I will use the try catch block in case if I will get any error. So df equal to pd dot, and here what I will do, I will just write means read here. And what I want to read, I want to read the read Excel. So if you want to read the CSV file, you can read that, but I have the extension of XLSX. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to read the Excel, and inside this one, it will take parameters. So first is the file path. So I'm just saying file path and then put the comma, and I'm saying engine. So basically we have to define the weight. So here inside this one, we have to use open by Excel. So this is the engine through that it will read it. And inside this one, I will just say print and df dot head. So this, and let's do the accept. So there we have to write it in case file not found error, and inside this one print like file not found. And if you want to write the another exception, you can write it. In that case, when I will try to run this, so see it is currently running that file, and currently it is giving the error. And what it is saying, let's edit this error. So it is saying during handling of our exception, another exception occurred, and what it is exactly saying, so it is not giving the proper message. So what I will do here in that case, let me write the another exception so we can read it. So what I will do, except, and here I will say exception as E, and inside this one what I will say print, and let me print the E only. So when I will run this again, let's see what exception it give exactly. So we can, so what it is saying, missing optional dependency here, like open Excel, use pipe or conda to install open Excel. So the thing is, with that what we have to do, we have to install another package also. So I'll copy this one because we are using this engine, so we have to do. So what I will do, I'll just search this one and we have to install this also. So it will take some time, or I will say this, that because that was in the beta version, so that's why I'm installing this another one. So it will take some time to install. So we can see that this package is installed successfully, and when I will remove this, and we are seeing this installation is there. Now what I will do, let me run this again, and when we will run this, let's see what currently it is saying, like file not found, and let me check that file is exist there or not. And here I'm missing the directory. Actually I have to use the new folder as well, because inside this one I kept it. But now let me run this. So when I will run this, it should give me the result, and you are seeing it is giving me the result as expected. So it is basically an Excel, and I'm having all kind of the data inside this one, and it is giving. So as per the and here it is saying 709 rows multiply 17 column. So every data is giving, and these many record means here around we are having 1 lakh of the data, and it is giving this much fast of the result, means not that much data, but yeah, the result it is giving very fast. So this is the way we use the Panda. So what we have to do, the main is we have to install that particular package, and using the pd.read Excel, it is just giving that result. So apart from that, we have the other libraries. You can explore with the other library and can figure it out how those library works. So that's it for this video. If you have any question and doubt, please comment. Thank you.